Alright, so it's 10 a.m. on a Sunday. How are you folks doing? I just went out, it's snowing, it's cold, and then I just had a magnificent bath. So I'm feeling nice and hot and toasty. So I hope you folks are doing alright. Had unlocked a memory about a Mario Kart-like game, but it was Digimon. I do recall that. It was on the PlayStation. And I don't think I don't think I ever tried it. But I do recall seeing it at the store. For renting. Or for buying. So yeah. I think I talked a little bit about it. But I've not been having the greatest of time with my first attempt. Also, Digimon Smash game. Yes, that one was good. That was Digimon Rumble Arena. That one was actually, like, legitimately fun. Unlike many, many, like, Smash likes. Hello, Ryusei, by the way. Yes, I did end up restarting because I was not having a good time. I was having a terrible time. So yeah, I was like left with not a whole lot of Pokemon left because yeah, the game kind of threw a little bit too curvy of a curveball at me that I was not expecting. I was in a Pokemon Tower and like I was fighting against like little crappy ghost type Pokemon that were anywhere between like level 15 to level 22. And so I'm just like, oh, these are quite easy to fight, so I just keep going. And then once I reach the top, there's like, of course, the event Marowak, like, ghost. And, yeah, that one was level 30. And despite being level 30, it was capable of two-shotting my entire party. Which, you know, the rest of my party was level 30. So it did not feel nice. That one was like, ugh. That was demoralizing. I lost my Ivysaur during that one. And then I kind of decided, you know what, let me take a look at what's coming ahead in like, the upcoming gyms. And then I'm like, oh, right, the fighting type gym, and then the psychic type gym. And I'm like, I'm not going to be able to survive through those. Even if I am, I would end up with only one Pokemon. And then, yeah. And then afterwards, there would only be routes with, like, duplicate Pokemons that I can't catch. Because it turns out that Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green was trying very hard to be a faithful recreation of the first game. Which, you know, is admirable, but then that means that the entirety of the game has mostly the same Pokemon all throughout. Because it still tried to have version exclusives. So yeah, a lot of routes kind of have the exact same list of Pokemon. So even while swapping between Fire Red and Leaf Green, yeah, that was not a good time. So I decided to restart. Yeah, I decided to restart. and I'm actually I'm gonna try to make sure I catch different Pokemon each time. Let me find my controller. There we go. There we go. Whoops, that's not what I meant to press. Game. Excuse me. That's my Steam. Steam has taken control of my computer. Steam takes control of my computer when I press the home button on my controller, which is the turn on button, which is not great. Okay, let me make sure that the game's like actually got audio. Let's see, volume mixer. You can technically do this for other games too, make a save state at the beginning so you can reset it that game if the need arises. I think it's a lot more fun, actually. Pardon me. I think it's a lot more fun, actually, like, if I get fully wiped, where I have no reserves, and then I just restarted Fire Red. I think that, like, makes it a bigger mountain to surpass. Then that makes it more interesting for me. Because as far as I'm concerned, this is a very... Can I control my game? Excuse me. Oh, it might be paused, actually. That would be why. Yes, it is. Okay. So yeah, I think it makes it like a much more interesting mountain for me to surpass, personally. if let's say I get fully I get fully like team wiped where I have no reserves from previous games, and then I restart at Fire Red. I think that would be interesting, personally. So let me just skip this ahead. Right, I saved right as I picked Ivysaur. I still want to pick Ivysaur. I was genuinely considering swapping to a different Pokemon. But then I was like, you know what? I wanna go Ivysaur for this personally. But yes, if I completely restart from the start, the very start at Kanto, I find that more interesting for me. Also, I still named him Assface, though. I still named him Assface because that's the name he deserves. To be perfectly honest. Yeah, let me actually like not waste too much time. Last time I was mostly reading everything that every NPC was saying, but I don't think I'll be doing that this time. You know what? I actually want to win this fight just for the EXP, so I'm gonna use a potion here. I did not see that dialogue last time, where Professor Oak teaches you about, like, HP and using items. That was kind of interesting. I decided to name him Kakarot. Don't ask me why. I just wanted to. That's just something that I felt the need to, because, like, I'm coming back stronger. Just like Goku did. As if that makes any sense. On your face, Assface. I like how he's like, I picked the wrong Pokemon! This little kid, like, this goddamn asshole, actually goes like, man, I picked the wrong choice, but he already has, like, type advantage. What a prick. I am still going to be bitching about Gary Oak a lot. There was also an encounter with Gary Oak that I actually, like, missed out on my first playthrough that I did last time. Which kind of sucks for me, because I was just like, man, I kind of wanted to see that encounter. Turns out if you go to Route 22, you can have a fight with Gary, which I was not aware of. Does this guy give you a free potion? I recall newer games, like, do that. Yeah, there you go. That makes up for the potion that I already used. I will be using the speed up option pretty liberally, by the way, as I'm trying to make my way back to where I was. I managed to make it all the way to defeating the Team Rocket hideout in Celadon City, as well as making it to the Lavender Town Tower. That's where I left off. So, as irresponsible as it is, this might be a 12-hour stream of Side being like sleep deprived and guilt-tripping himself into powering through the rest of the game until he gets back to where he was. Maybe. When do I have access to Pokeballs? Right, I have to go like up here to go pick up a thing at the Pokemart. Hello, Mr. Pickaxe. Right, this guy does not let you buy Pokeballs until you deliver that parcel. So yeah, this will be definitely a little more boring for some people, and I totally get that. Like, that's totally understandable. I will try to get some different Pokemon, though. 12-hour streams, time to not sleep! Exactly. It was a shame, too. I think Cynthia, the Pokemon I named after Cynthia, also died. And that one, like, that one hit me hard, because I'm like, oh, I'm stuck with this crappy team now. Or rather, I'm stuck with, like, a very limited team. I think that was definitely the thing that made me, actually, like, heartbroken during that run, was, being left with less than a team of 6. Like, definitely demoralized me a lot. Which won't be a problem in future games, but, you know, this time around it is. There's the parcel. And now I can actually get Pokeballs. You know, he gives you the Pokedex, which it's kind of weird that he lets you walk around with a Pokemon without that. Then Gary just being a dick as usual, unsurprisingly. Also, it seems like Slug is offline this morning, aren't they? I did notice that during K-Style's stream. Was we couldn't use the I got command. We couldn't shout out people. I don't think he had Nightbot set up either, which would be why. These rats still give me anxiety, and their tail whips. You know, Slugball's seems to be... He's on vacation, it's Christmas. Even the Slugbot needs to take a vacation sometime. Now, the Permadeath, again, does not start until Pokeballs are obtained. So even if I die here, that's fine. Yeah, you know what, I'm just run to be safe. But, yes, that is a thing. I'm not sure if I can still apply that rule to the other games once I get around to them, though. But yes, if people are looking for the action-oriented streams like Dark Souls, this is not gonna be it today. Today's a very sleepy side. Today's side just wants to, like, sit down and get back to where he was. Which may or may not happen. I guess when I'm not reading dialogue, that might just happen. I would like to at least beat up the first two gyms, like Misty and Brock. Right, I should have access to, like, Pokeballs now, right? You missed the Sad Cat. There, I can still put up the magnificent Sad Cat on the starting soon screen. Looking out the window, thinking about his life. Thinking about what series of event has led him to be streaming Pokemon on Twitch. Wait, no, that's me. Me without, like, having gotten any sleep because I've lost control of my life. Yeah, I don't know why, but for some reason the overlay that says the Pokemon's name is kind of broken. It says Kakarot with an extra R at the end, and I don't know why. But yeah, how is Callisto Protocol, Chan? Hello, K-Style as well. And Spacey. I did not mention Spacey, I'm sorry. Hi. Like I said, I have not slept a whole lot. So I may be a little bit not paying attention-y. Maybe like... Never mind, I've already got 5. I was gonna buy a couple of these, but I'm like, wait, no, there's no need. Oh, you know what, fuck it, let me buy 10 of these. Gruesome, the Bonk Fest, and you have over 20 crashes under your belt. That's a lot of crashes, holy crap. Okay, let me go back. Route per route. Alright, okay. I have a text file this time. I did, like, prepare myself. No mods, no. This is about as vanilla as it gets. However, I am willing to swap back and forth between Fire Red and Leaf Green based on exclusivity. To just get the other one's version. Let me see. On Route 1, there's a Pidgey and Rattata, and that's all there is, apparently. Wow, that's rough. And I think I would like to use, some of the tradable Pokemons. I would like to collect, like, one of each tradable Pokemon. Time to get a Pidgey done. Yeah, last time I got a Rattata. So you know what? I think I'm gonna get a Pidgey here. Plus I can get a Rattata at some later route anyways. Well, there's a Pidgey. Will this be the Pidgey I grab, though? If it doesn't get murdered, yes. And it lived. So you know what? You get to come along with us. I appreciate that the game gives you 5 Pokeballs because that's exactly what you need to get a team of 6. That's good design. That's good design. No special rules or restriction. I do have some rules and restriction because I wanted to sit down and play through the entirety of the Pokemon series again. But then I'm like, man, starting at Pokemon Red and Blue is a pain in the ass because they're really old. So I'm not sure like which games I'm gonna skip or which ones I'm gonna go to. But I'm definitely like, I want 1 Pokemon per route. I want Permadeath. I don't want any duplicates. I would like to transfer my Pokemon in my inventory to the next game. And I don't want to use legendaries. That's like my setup rule, where it's still like quite rigid, but it's not like soul crushing like a Nuzlocke would be. What do I name a female Pidgey? That's a tough one. If it had been a male Pidgey, I would have named them after Legatus Lex, because he loves the birds. Actually, he loves the pigeon specifically, the Pidove. That's from a later gen though. So let me actually type that down in my little text file that I've gotten a Pidgey on this route. As to not forget. I could also just not give them a name, and then if somebody wants a Pidgey later... Femlex! No. I could just change the name later. That is something that I can do. Is the thing updating? Yes, it did. The Pidgey is now on the thing. I appreciate this being automatic. This makes my life so much easier. I remember last time I got a Mankey on Route 22 and I named him after Chanted. And yeah, it turned out that that Mankey had no attack IVs at all. I do have a save editor. So whenever I save in-game, I could check what the stats are. I'm not sure why I pronounced that way. Check. So you can say Chen was attackless? Yes, actually. He was very, very crappy with his attack power. It was quite wild to look at, honestly. Now, there is an encounter with Gary Oak here on Route 22. If you go to this, like, stone road up there, he just spawns and attack you, which I completely missed out on, personally. I kind of just went in there, grabbed the stuff, and then left. And I didn't think to, like, even check the rest of the route. Just might be some items I don't know about. You know, it's just this giant road. Your powers were stripped for you. You had the stats of a mage. That's the weird part, Chan. The Mankey had, like, a lot of special attack, which was, like, super weird to me. I think I still want to get a Mankey on this route, honestly. Let me see. I'm taking a look at this route. Route 22. The only interesting thing was Mankey. You had, like, all your points were not in wisdom. They were in intelligence. The worst stats possible for a monk. Well, speaking of, there is a Mankey, but it's a female. You know what? I'm gonna try to look for a male for Chan. A Mankey mage. I was gonna, like, give it some kind of electricity attack at some point later. To try and see if I could turn him into a mixed attacker, but that did... No, he ended up dying. He ended up dying horribly. Yeah, I don't want to... The main reason why I don't want to Nuzlocke is, like, if I miss my chance to grab a Pokemon on a route, then I'm just stuck, and I don't like that. Okay, will he die from a single hit, is the question. No. Jeez, that kind of stung, actually. I might need to buy Pokeballs if this doesn't catch. Thankfully it did. Alright, I need to see this guy's stats. I'm just more than a little bit worried. Like, what it is... After the last time, I need to take a look, like, now. Just as soon as I'm done naming him, that is. I'm totally okay with repeating some names. Okay, I'm actually going to save, and I'm going to take a look at some of my Pokemon stats real quick in the save editor. There we go. Let me open that. And I need to see if Chen, once again, has the stats of a mage for no reason. Okay, see, that's a little bit more reasonable. Let me show the stats, actually. Hold on, I can show them on screen. There you go. See, that's a little bit more reasonable. Trenton's gonna hit like a goddamn truck because he's got 30 in attack. That's a lot more reasonable. He's also got 27 in special attack, which is useless. He's got 20 in HP. So he's like a lot more reasonable for a physical attacking monkey now. I will say. Definitely a lot more reasonable. Let me take a slurp of coffee. This is not the first slurp of the day, but it won't be the last. Let me take a look at the Pidgey as well. Let me see. This is the Pidgey's stats, which is also quite reasonable in terms of attack and defense. There we go. And the Bulbasaur is pretty much even everywhere, which I'm also, like, very happy about. Okay. That's enough peeking at my stats now. I do wonder genuinely when the, because there's the fight with Gary Oak up there. I do wonder genuinely when it stops being available. Let me go take a look at this. Encounter number 2, Route 22. You can always pick up a Pikachu in Viridian Forest if you're having trouble. Apparently I can go quite far before I go and take on that. I think I'll go as far as Viridian Forest. Actually, there's an item back here, hold on. Yes, there will be very liberal use of the speed up, by the way. I've been, especially since I can't run, I should say. I've forgotten which NPCs give items, if you talk to them. Well, now I've had my coffee, and that's what I need to get going. There you go. That old man forced to talk with me, and I'm like, yes, I agree, though, actually. And then the game shows me how to catch Pokemon, which I've already done. I kind of wish you would skip this whenever, whenever you've already done it. Like, they're like, oh, you already have a Pokemon in your party. You must know how to catch Pokemon already. I like the TGTV, like actually as an item. Because it's just a collection of tutorials, which, you know, if you don't want them, you don't have to look at them. Is there anything actually, can I go inside this gym? I've never tried, no, it's closed. And the game just, I did not do that, the game did that for me. Rude. Okay, there's Route 2. Part of me really wants to use the trading Pokemons that are available in the game. But there is a Pokemon on Route 2. I don't know if I'm like, if I should prevent myself from catching a Pokemon on Route 2 to use the trade Pokemon. I feel like when it's a trading Pokemon, it's kind of like, it's like receiving a Pokemon as a gift, where it feels like, I want to use this. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm gonna be murdering, hold on. I'm gonna be healing at the Pokemon Center first. Then I'm gonna be murdering a bunch of rats and pigeons until I get a Butterfree. Because last time I got a Weedle, and I would like to use a Butterfree this time. And as the guide that I was looking at, well, the guide, the series of encounters has reminded me, you can get Pikachus in Viridian Forest, so I'll try to get one. Until then, I'll definitely be just murdering random rats here. Until something spawn. I'm looking for a Caterpie specifically. Because I want something to apply status effects to my enemies. Also, by the way, I would like to shout out Legatus, who's currently playing the most modern Pokemon. And he's doing a collab with Mizu, which was here last time. And, you know, if that's something you want to watch, if you'd rather look at the most recent game in the series instead of this old dinosaur, well, there you go. Maybe I should be more careful, actually. Hold on. Instead of just fighting stuff willy-nilly. I need to remind myself to take a look at the list of encounters sometimes, just to make sure I'm not looking for something that's exclusive to, like, Fire Red version. I'm pretty sure I'm on Leaf Green right now, right? Let me go take a look. I'm on... Yes, I'm currently on Leaf Green. They do have different encounters. I wish there was, like, some way to just merge them. You know, without, like, changing the game in any real way. It's just kind of dumb that they've decided to have version exclusivity. I probably should have some of my other Pokemon out front, shouldn't I? We have great Pokemon. Kakarot, Pidgey, and Shanky. I'll give Pidgey a real name at some point. It's just right now, I couldn't be bothered to, like, come up with anything. Also, I'm looking for a Caterpie here. And I will have it! That's a level 5 Rattata. That's, like, genuinely concerned. I might accidentally end up over-leveled, which, you know what, I'm okay with that, after what happened last time. You know what, I'm just gonna run from this one. Never mind. There we go. That was almost a horrible disaster. If that thing had critted me, that'd be a death immediately out the gate, and I would restart again. But yes, I do have the power to change people's name whenever I want. I just have to save the game and restart if I want to change it. Except for Kakarot. I don't know why. He's got that letter R at the end of it. I don't know how to fix that. I tried restarting the script. He doesn't have that in-game. It's like specifically on the UI it does that. Okay, that was 3 damage. You know what? I don't trust myself to beat that thing. Maybe I have to wait until I'm on the other side to encounter the other... rather, the worms that would normally spawn. That could be it. I might just do that. Honestly, that might just be it, actually. I do wonder, though, if I exit Viridian Forest, does that, like, disable the encounter with Gary? Like, that's the one thing I'm mostly afraid of. When is the next place that he spawns after that? That would be in Cerulean City. So probably not. Probably not. It's just really interesting that I have this little encounter you can have with him. That is completely optional. That's not a thing Pokemon does anymore. They don't do optional stuff anymore. Which is a shame. I love little hidden optional encounters. Okay. Let me see. What is interesting that spawns inside Viridian Forest? That would be... if I can find it. In Viridian Forest, the only interesting things that really spawn are Pikachu, Caterpie, and Weedle. Is that Wario as a kid? No. I wish, because he's got like the purple pants and the yellow hat. It almost looks like it would be. But no. It's just a random youngster. Now I'm always gonna see it. Oh god, Crystal White! Why would you waste your money on this? Thank you! Thank you very much for wasting your $5. I hope you at least like the emotes. Thank you very much. Way too generous. But yes, people should go check out K-Style as well. Which, you know, in case you didn't know that he streamed despite having the giant check mark. He does stream. Plays the Elden Ring, the PvP and whatnot.
Side Eve 2 Frog in Aspen, Side Eve 2 Frog in Aspen, Side Eve 2 Frog in Aspen, Side Eve 2 Frog in Aspen.
Frog in Aspen, yes. Frog in Aspen, indeed. I'm on the lookout for a Pikachu that could spawn in here. Like, that's the one thing I really want to find in here. Wooden potion? There we go. Okay, that was, like, surprisingly effective. Call and you receive. Now, let's see if I can get it without... Oh, god, Chan, why? Why are people donating money to me? Thank you, Chanted, for gifting us up to Spacey. That's 42 subs. That's a lot of money. That's way too much money. Name it Frikachu. Tempting. Very tempting. Tell you what, if it survives this, I will. It did not. Kakarot did not want that name. Kakarot hated that name. But yes, thank you again, Chan.
Janet gifted a tier 1 sub to space_trans_girl. They have given 42 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you. You didn't realize your volume earlier was really low? I think it sounded fine, actually. I just raised the volume on my TV. What's important is that you weren't super quiet compared to the game. That is ultimately... Oh, thank you, Chan! We're just gonna be listening to Life is Beautiful today, huh? Thank you, Chan. I'll have to make a very, very strong effort to keep you alive this time. Thank you. I appreciate that immensely. Thank you. Oh god, why are people... Do you people just want me to put on Life is Beautiful on top of the game? Thank you, Magus, for subscribing. Why are people donating? When I'm like falling asleep over here, chugging the coffee as fast as I can to try to like, you know, keep myself awake. That's when everybody subs. Thank you very much. You know, I say this a lot. People don't need to be donating to be enjoying this. That's why I made my emotes so cheap to purchase via channel points. I think I should go elsewhere. I don't trust myself to take on these Pidgeys. With this level 3 Mankey. But then my Bulbasaur is getting too overpowered. Thank you very much, Banjez. How are you doing? Having a nice day, I hope. Unlike me, who does not sleep. Why do I not sleep? Okay, how much... No, you know what? It's too high level. Just woke up. Well, I hope you like the emotes for waking up. There we go. See, I feel like I could beat up this one. It's faster than I am. Never mind. Hello, Mr. Sawa. People are way too generous. Thank you also for the hype train. I don't want people to die, but I don't want my goddamn Bulbasaur to be so overpowered. He's already way higher level than he should be. Definitely way too strong right now. Which is why I'm trying to train up Genki. And see if I can get him to like level 5-ish. God, these retardas give me anxiety. I can't. I can't even get any damage in. God damn. Okay, new idea. We go back to try and catch a Pikachu in here. And then we just leech seed it until it's like within catch range. How many potions do I got? It's gonna be slow time. Okay, I've got plenty of potions. Yeah. Yeah, the Bulbasaur is gonna be an Ivysaur before I can even allow it to be. Or I could try to, like, just tackle and see if, like, if it lives, then I catch it. That's something I could do. I do want a Caterpie. But it needs to be from now too. It's only one Pokemon per area is, like, my rule. It's such a low chance of spawning the Pikachu, though, is the thing. But yes, I hope you like the emotes. I used to feel so bad. I used to feel so bad when all I had were like dumb, obscure memes as my emotes. You can get up to a level 5, okay. There is no way this Pikachu will survive me tackling it, so, Leech Seed and Growl. I currently have animations disabled. Which, you know, it is kind of useful, actually, given we're doing this. I probably should turn them back on, though, because I like having the animations. But yes, Matches also streams horror games at night, and then anime games during the day, if I recall correctly. Haven't been able to catch a stream during the day in a bit. Okay, let me see if I could just catch the damn thing using Pokeballs. Yeah, I definitely need to turn on the attack animations back on. While this is a lot faster... God damn it, okay. There's only 2 ways this can go on, Pikachu. You either get in the ball, or you die. What'll it be? I'm actually not gonna be able to purchase Pokeballs if I could just keep going for a while. Okay, there we go. I was gonna say... I'm gonna run out of balls if they keep getting out of them and breaking. Hello, Goose, as well. When several of these Pokemon gather, the electricity can build up and cause lightning storm. Okay. What do I name this Pikachu? We are not calling it Pikachu. I said we're not calling it if it dies and it died. But yes, thank you very much for the hype train, because I actually get an emote out of that too, which I appreciate, honestly. I do appreciate that, even though I'm the recipient of a hype train, I still get an emote. Sortachu, Kindachu, Frogachu. I could call it Goose. Mayhaps. Perhaps. I don't want to give it a stupid name, because if it ends up being on my team for like ages, I'm gonna feel bad. Pikachu? You know what, Mr. Pikachu? You know what? Good enough. That's a good one. Pikachu. God, how do I make this work without sounding too awkward? Pikachu. Perfect. And it's a male Pikachu too, so it goes great with the Mr. Pickaxe. Mr. Pikachu. Okay, so now I've got a more rounded team, which I feel more confident about. There's definitely no Caterpies or Weedles spawning in here, right? Yeah, definitively not. Okay. Now, the encounter with Gary Oak on Route 22, the one that I missed last time I played is... Let me check. Oh, wow, it's level 9. So currently Bulbasaur is appropriately leveled, but no one else is. I do love that emote of the Pikachu, like, surprise, but it's getting closer and closer. Animated emotes are great. They should be the default on Twitch. Or rather, BTTV and FFZ should just be integrated. Because people on phones can't see them. Unless they're one of the official animated emotes. I'm gonna be quite honest, I've actually run out of slots. To the point where some of my animated emotes are not actually animated, they're just GIFs of regular emotes. Frog in a Spin is great. A lot of people notice Frog in a Spin because they're like, Butter Tree emote! Oh wow, actually. That's exactly what I was looking for. Hold on. Nintendo would sue the shit out of Twitch for that. I don't mean Pokemon emotes. I mean, like, animated emotes. Like, BTTV stuff. Yeah, I was not expecting to actually get one out here. You gotta go grocery shopping. Understandable, Chan. It is Sunday. It's a good day to do that. Okay, don't die now. Don't die in game. If you die in game, you die in real life, Chan. Okay, I think this should be fine to catch. Got 2 chances. Uncanny Cuppy Mug. I don't think it was meant to be uncanny. It's Muggo, the living mug. Also, yeah, there we go. I actually managed to get that. Let me add that to the list. Pikachu has been obtained on Viridian Forest, and Caterpie has been obtained on Route 2. Okay. Now, if I go to Route 3, I think the only one that I want is Jigglypuff. Its short feet are tipped with suction pods that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. I do like the little fake scientific, like, info that they give you about various Pokemon, like, legitimately. This time, I'm not getting a full party of, like, nothing but female Pokemon. Some people use their emote slots for good art. Some use the emote slots for old memes. Some use the emote slots for whatever that is. Nice shorts. that's an interesting one. You love fake science? I do also love fake science. I just wish it was a little bit more consistent. Some of these Pokedex entries are like some really dumb shit. Like, for example, Ferret. The Pokemon that's like a giant furry tube that looks like a ferret. Apparently it's like the size of a goddamn small car, which is interesting. And also there's like a Pokemon that's like a giant whale, and if I recall correctly, somebody did the mathematical equation of comparing its size to its weight, and then they're like, technically this means this Pokemon is lighter than air. Whalmer, that was the one, which was hilarious. So it's like, yeah, it's not very consistent. Also, it's not consistent with the anime, because there's a lot of Pokemon, like, especially Steel type, that are supposed to be so goddamn heavy that they would, like, break your back if somebody, like, threw a Steel Pokemon at you. It would, like, actually murder you and shatter your abdomen, because they're so heavy. And in the anime, very often, they're just seen carrying them around as if they weigh nothing, because they're tiny. Wilmer is more like lighter than air Merle. Yeah, exactly. It's called the float whale Pokemon. And I'm like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. But at the same time, that's dumb. Ooh. I have not come up with a name for this one. I'm trying to think of... I want this Pokemon to be like putting people to sleep and paralyzing them and stuff like that. What's a good name for somebody who's incredibly boring? There are so many evil Pokemon according to the Dex. Yeah, a lot of Pokemon that are like actively abducting children. And a lot of them that are straight up like, you know, carnivores. But of course, we never showed that in the anime. Digimon would though. Coworker, you know what? Coworker Caterpie. I'll take it. I will not remember why this Caterpie is called Coworker 10 hours from now. Or like 5 games from now. And I'll be like, why is this one called Coworker? Why did I call this Caterpie Coworker? And it will make no sense to me. He is the highest level here, except for Kakarot itself. Okay, let me actually compare in-game attack power. Who do I send out for, like, the grinding? Let's see, 7, 8, 11... So Chanted, preferably. If I don't want, like, somebody to be hoarding all the EXP, that's what I'm going to need to do. You know what, actually, I was gonna train out on the various Rattatas and Pidgeys out in the first 2 routes, but then I remembered I could train using, like, Metapods and Kakunas in the forest instead, which provide the same amount of EXP, but they just cannot attack. It's just a lot more time consuming. You treated your kitchen with chemicals, and now you walk in there with a gas mask to make coffee. That sounds like a terrible time. That sounds like they would permeate and then hit the coffee itself. I would be a little worried, personally. So Chenki is the one we send out, right? Feels like a journey. 11, 8, 7. So yeah. The coffee is fine if you say so. Yeah, I'd be worried about the smell, like, affecting the coffee itself. What are the odds this, like, Caterpie actually... Well, you know what? No. Side. Stop that. The second you open your mouth, it goes wrong. There you go. See, that's good, like, training partners right there. He's fighting against the small insect who don't really fight back all that strongly. I'm a little worried about a random crit at some point. Yeah, see, like, right here, I'm, like, within kill distance. And I keep getting... Every time, I'm just like, oh, it's fine. It's not going to crit, right? That's exactly when they crit. And then, of course, the second I decide to, like, play it safe, use a potion, then of course, they miss. So it was perfectly safe. I'm gonna get deleted at some point. I'm gonna get party wiped again at some point. I'm coming back for that muck, by the way. The muck that I talked about last time. That we talked at the start of the stream. That muck killed my entire family. I will not let that stand. I am now starting the muck hate movement. That muck will rue the day. That muck will wish it was dead. Is this a new run? Yes, it is a new run. The last time I got, like, a full party wipe to a random-ass muck in the middle of... Hold on. I remember the route exactly. That's how salty I am. I think it was on Route 7. I'm pretty sure it was on Route 7. There's a bunch of trainers there. And one of them is off-screen. Like, one of the trainers is off-screen, and once you walk in, then the camera pans to be like, ha, there's an enemy up there. Then he walks up to you and starts to fight with you. And it's like, I don't think it's a muck, I think it's a grimer, actually. But it still counts. They're the same thing. It's just the evolved version. And it has, like, an actually dirty setup, where it starts by doing harden a bunch of time, and then it uses minimize, and then by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. I could not kill the damn thing. And it just, like, kept going, and going, and going. And it hit like a goddamn truck, because it was an evolved Pokemon. And I'm just like, you know what? I got fully party wiped, and I was really salty. I was really salty. And then I recall somebody in chat was like, oh, it's your fault, Side. You let it set up. And I was like, I don't need to hear this right now. This is not helping. Being told that, like, it's my fault does not help me feel emotionally better. You can run swift and never miss. You know what? Runs like this have put the importance of never missed move a lot higher for me. Yes, I know it was my fault. That's why people telling me that was not helpful. It was not helping me calm down. After that, I actually, like, Alt F4'd out of the emulator. That's how salty I was. I was just like, I needed a moment. I had to be like, oh, lean back in my chair, look up at the ceiling, and just sigh. I actually went through various stages of grief, actually. Because I was like, does that count? Should I be allowed to say that doesn't count? I tried to bargain my way out of it, and then, like, I had to accept it eventually. It took a bit, though. Denial, anger, bargaining, depression, accept. Yes, that's exactly what happened, actually. I was so upset. And then I tried to bargain it to be like, oh, that should not count. I was not prepared. That guy was off screen before he aggroed. And then I was just sad for a while. And now I'm at acceptance. I've accepted it. This is where I'm at. Where I'm just like, where I kept going the run. Even though I didn't like it. I hated it. That was an important lesson. I'll call that run like a practice run for all intents and purposes. Okay, that Rattata is actually faster than I am. I don't like that. That spooked me a little bit. Again, I'm playing it safe now. So yeah, like I said, this might not be the most entertaining stream because I'm basically just working back to where I was. But yeah, I'm not sure how I'm going to handle, like, trade Pokemon. There's a few trades in the game. Part of me kind of wants to just grab them just for completion's sake because I've never played this game, like, full, like, start to finish. So part of me kind of wants to grab all of the trade Pokemon because they're... I don't want to say unique, but they're pseudo-unique, if that makes any sense. I might just grab them off-stream, but then part of me is like, there's some Pokemon from the trades that you cannot obtain normally, and part of me kind of wants to get them, because they won't be available anywhere else, which I find, like, really interesting. Yeah, Bulbasaur might end up a little bit over-leveled, but that's fine. We do need to trade off of these nerds. He's like the only reliable person in the party right now. I don't like having one Pokemon soloing the game though. That's the thing that I particularly don't like. Yeah, let me go back to Viridian Forest. If I encounter a Kakuna or a Metapod, then each individual party member can take care of them. It just takes absolutely forever. Because they have no attack power. They only have, like, Harden and nothing else. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna keep the animations off, actually. I changed my mind. I was gonna turn them back on, but I think we're fine without them. Yeah, like, see, Pidgey was able to take care of this by himself this time. Warrior Child watches as you stomp many bugs. Good for him! He can learn! So that he'll be ready once he goes through Warrior Land 4, which is an amazing game on the Game Boy Advance, by the way. It's a very good game for the Game Boy Advance. I kind of want to see what the stats of my Caterpie are. I just realized that the previous one was, the previous Caterpie I just fought was kind of weak on the defense, and this one was, like, very strong on the defense. I want to see that. Wish we could get a side to play Sword and or Shield so you could force him to do a Scottish accent for the whole game. You want me to sound Scottish, do you, Racy? It's not very good, Tom will say. I'm not very good at doing a Scottish accent. It's just my regular voice, actually. I just try to sound like an idiot. Or rather, not like an idiot, but like, try to sound like the stereotype. Also, I will be playing through Sword and Shield, Ryusei. I own Pokemon Sword and Shield. I do own it. I've not actually played through the DLC. I cannot wait to see you on the Callous Pokemon fight sides. Thank you, Ryusei. I did finish Pokemon Sword and Shield, but I have not gone through the DLC yet. Pardon me. I think the only part of the DLC that I've done is I've gone to the Isle of Armor to get the Kubfu, which is one of the unique Pokemon of the Isle of Armor, which I thought like, oh, it looks like Ryu from Street Fighter. That's interesting. I was easily amused by the design, and so yeah, that's why I ended up playing through that. That's probably how he got the idea for where you were. Can we talk about the sandwich eating animation for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet? Somebody mentioned that it looks like the kind of animation they use for WarioWare, and I'm like, I can't unsee it now. Like, you know what I mean? Like, surely somebody has played WarioWare. Somebody else has played WarioWare, and they're like, yes, it does kind of look like that, doesn't it? Hold on, let me see if I can find... Somebody actually did an edit of that. Let me see if I can find it. None this Discord. What about this Discord? Let me see if I can find it. I could have sworn I posted it somewhere. Maybe it's like not actually labeled as such. Hold on. I gotta find the damn thing. I'm going to find the damn thing. There you go. I found it. Like somebody did an actual edit of the sandwich eating animation. Let me pause my emulator real quick to show this off. Yeah, it really looks. It really looks like a goddamn WarioWare minigame, doesn't it? Which is like, oh, now I can never unsee it as anything else. It's such a good edit as well. What a nice job they've done. Also, I would totally fight this thing like using the Pidgey, but actually, it is poison, so I do need to be a little bit more careful. I would like to have full HP, please, before I... There we go. Okay. It would be nice to get Peck or something at some point. WarioWare's charm is individual, though, so it's not a compliment. Yeah, I suppose so. You know, my HP actually gives me pause. Maybe I should, like, swap that. Excuse me. I should share the EXP around, I should say. These Caterpies can be a little bit spooky sometime, though, I will say. I would assume I can go up to Route 3 before Gary's encounter on Route 22 becomes unavailable. At least I would assume so. Boys, you're gonna be a little surprised when I come to see him with a full team of, like, level 10s. By this point in the game. I want to come and stomp on him. Yeah, because that's, one of the reasons why I wanted to replay these old Pokemon games, because I don't really remember much of anything about the plot of them, to say the least. I can't think of much of anything about the story of any Pokemon game, and since this game has like a little extra post-game story, it's not anything like crazy, it's just going to some small islands, but still, it's interesting to me, which I know won't be for some other people. Also, that was a crit, calm down, random worm, jeez. It was a little spooky to say the least, but at least it was worth a lot of EXP. It's a long walk back to town. That's the only part that sucks about this, but it is good EXP. I'm not gonna complain too much. I need to remind myself that there's a gym here at some point. Silent God just got 30 Pokeballs in the mouth. The guy asked, "Do you want to beg?" Obviously, do you fucking reprobate? Am I no fucking artillery? That's a good one. It reminds me of these great tweets that people post of, like, random conversation the Scots have on Twitter. The Scots of Twitters, I think, is the thing where it's just like, why do people tell the babies, "You're getting big, aren't you?" It's like, do they expect the baby to respond, "I'm Mora, I'm on the protein"? It's just, I love tweets like that. They're great. It's like, why are you telling the baby you're getting big, aren't you? It's like, I'm on it. I'm on the protein. I feel a certain kinship with them. It's pretty great. Hello, Azrael, by the way. I've decided to restart. In case it wasn't obvious. I got a little too backed in the corner, to say the least. And I wasn't very, like, pleased with my choice of Pokemon on the routes. Okay, that Pidgey is actually getting on in levels, which I appreciate. So I might want to start leveling up other people. I don't know why Kakarot's username, his name on the UI is broken. It's really weird to me. Okay, you know what? This Pidgey should be able to take on this guy by himself, right? Herself? Yeah, there we go. You can two-shot it. You're fine. You're fine. Okay. I feel like I'm getting better EXP. Maybe it's just my imagination, but I feel like I'm getting more EXP for some reason. Compared than I did, like, originally. Also, go back to town side. You're dying again. This might get a little dizzying to some people whenever I'm speeding up without warning, and I do apologize for that. Let me actually take a look at the animation for these flowers when speeding up. It's a little fast. Understandably, because you're speeding up, side, but I feel like the default is a little slow comparatively. Something in the middle of those two would be nice. Why am I complaining about the goddamn flower side? Calm down. Calm down. Let me take off my coat, actually. It's getting a little warmer than I thought it was going to be. I might put some again later. Okay. Yeah, I did get mucked, and then, like, the Marowak was, like, equal level to the... I think the thing that really hurt me is, the speed up trigger button. No, this is what my triggers do. I use the Y button in order to speed up. Because it's easier to reach. For me, personally. Also, goddamn, those rats do a lot of damage. I foresee the future of this Pidgey getting one-shot by a rat later in the game. You know what I would love to have right now? A Rock-type Pokemon. A Rock-type Pokemon because they resist normal-type attacks. And, like, that's the reason why I definitively am afraid of rats. This game has made me afraid of two things. Rattatas and coughings. Your emulator just trigger speeds off via space. Oh, it's yeah, this spacebar by default as well. I just made it the Y button for me. Also, yeah, let's be honest. I think everyone on Twitch uses emulators. Like, we can pretend not to, but most people do because, like, I own this game. I have the actual physical cartridge. It's in my things with the rest of my Nintendo DS cartridges. I don't want to buy a Game Boy Advance like adapter for the GameCube and then take my GameCube, get the component cables, and then get an adapter for those component cables to capture card, and then use that capture card with my PC. Do you know how expensive it is to get a capture card that uses component cables? You can find those that use HDMI very easily. Component cables? No, fuck that. At best, you could probably find, like, an adapter that changes component cables signals over to an HDMI, but then I'm buying, like, 5 different accessories just to record this legitimately. And no. At this point, no. I own the game legitimately. I have nothing to be ashamed of in emulating this. Some emulators, most emulators, they use CDs or rather for consoles that had CDs like PlayStation 1 and whatnot. You could just put the CD in your computer and then the emulator reads it. Emulators are legit as far as we're concerned. Ugh. I'm a little exhausted, I am sorry. Alright, where was I? Right, I was murdering random birds. Also, did I save? Because I want to check what the stats are on this bird, because it feels a little squishy. It has 18 defense. It should not be that squishy. I think it's just the fact that it's a Pidgey. Yeah, they're just digital consoles, honestly. It's like, there's nothing wrong with using an emulator. You know what is actually illegal? Emulating games is not illegal. Distributing games is illegal. That's the only real thing that's illegal. Using an emulator of a game that you own, or even just the downloading of a game illegally, technically is not illegal. That's where it's a big old gray area. As far as legitimacy is concerned, them distributing it is illegal, but you downloading it is not, at least in North America. Yeah, you can emulate a game that you own and you dumped, yes. But, like, as far as the law itself is concerned, the only person that can be sued is the person that allowed you to download the game. If you download the ROM, no, the uploading of the ROM is distribution because you're distributing it. Downloading is not. Yeah, also, yes, the terrible wording because I'm terrible at wording things. Also, those crits are giving me anxiety, Pidgey. Please stop having them. Wouldn't it be nice to play Pokemon without crits? Pidgey, please stop critting. That's 2 crits in a row. You know what? I'm gonna start a counter. I'm starting a counter, and I'm starting it now. And I am, like, typing down how many crits I've gotten in a row. Crits in a row. 1. Or rather, 2 crits in a row. It doesn't matter if it's 2 crits on my end or across multiple fights, as long as it's, like, 2 crits in a row. I'm gonna start counting them. So that's 1. Because that's happening a lot! What are the odds of critting in Pokemon anyways? It's like, what, 1 in 60? So that's 1 in 60 twice, which is bullshit. Did it learn Gust? It learned Gust, okay. Flying type moves are technically physical, no matter what in this game, right? In this gen? That's a flying type move, right? It doesn't, like, kick somebody out of combat. Yes, it's an actual fighting type. It's an actual flying move. So now this Pidgey could carry us through the upcoming forest. But I would like to swap over to Chinky and start leveling up that Pikachu as well. So yeah, this is very boring. This is the boring part of just about any playthrough. Also, yes, I'm sure I'm wrong about, like, the super technicality of stuff. But, like, at the end of the day, emulating a game by itself will not get you into trouble on Twitch or any websites. Especially because I own the game. Like, I'm sure the actual nitty-gritty of emulation probably could be summed up in a nice little and easy-to-read paragraph. Where people are like, this, and this. This is okay, this is not okay. And so on, and so forth. And I'm sure there's somebody much better suited to, like, put out all of the info for you to read. Also, I am not liking these rats. These rats have given me too much anxiety. I will not fight them legitimately, especially such a tanky rat, goddamn. So he can survive hits from Kakarot sometime. Hold on, what is my... You know, I'm gonna go back to town. Going back to this town is the worst because the Pokemon Center is so far away. And there's all these NPCs and this sign in the way. Like, it's not a straight line up and down. As much as I want to beat these up like normally, Yeah, see, that's the part that's, like, weird. That doesn't feel like it should be illegal. Like, making a fan game or a remake of an old game does not feel like it should be illegal because it's like... It's a love letter. It's literally what it is. It's somebody doing free work for an old title. Like, for example, there was an old Metroid remake. There was like an old Metroid game, Game Boy Advance game, that got like remade with shiny new graphics and upscaled and whatnot, and looked great, and Nintendo shut them down. And it's like, why? Are you going to make a remake of that game? Because if not, there's no point in shutting them down. Like, that's the dumb part. That's the dumb part. Like, I can understand Nintendo seeing, there was a Super Mario 1 Battle Royale somebody made. And I could see Nintendo shutting that down because they were literally about to release their own Super Mario Battle Royale. So I could see them shutting that down, but like... The Metroid remake, there's no reason. There's no reason to cut that down. Unless you're about to make it yourself. Unless you're about to release that Metroid game on, like, Nintendo consoles, modern. There should be no reason. Like, why would you do that? They're literally, like, putting out the content. Like, sure, you're not making any money from it, but they aren't either. It just fuels other people to get into the series and love the series. And then they'll go buy your games. It's free advertisement is what a fan project is. I'm already putting my coat back on, sorry. And so, yeah, that's the kind of thoughts that I have at this time of the day without any sleep. I feel like other companies seem to be a little bit more chill about that stuff. Too old school, so they don't see it that way, unfortunately. I think the way they see... Somebody tried to explain to me, like, how Japanese developers see it, like, culturally. It's like a cultural difference kind of thing. Where they don't see it as a love letter. They see it as, like... I made this, no one else should touch it, kind of deal. Is kind of how they see it, is what I was told. A flying on flying is not, like, weak, right? No, it's not. Cool. I don't know how accurate that is, but that's what I was told at least. It's like I was told that it feels to them as if somebody's encroaching on your intellectual right. It's like if you did a drawing and then somebody went and did some edits to that drawing. So when it's worded that way, I can kind of see why somebody would not like that. But it's not exactly the same, is the thing. It's not like somebody using your drawing as a base to make their own thing, then saying, I made this. Like, no. Fan games, like, always have the proper credits for credits due. Maybe I should be leveling up that Pikachu instead. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna level up the Pikachu instead so it can take care of them too. Yeah, fan games are like a lovely time, and of course the second that I swap Pokemon, the second I get something that would be better off with you. So I did get my Caterpie after all. Last time I ended up catching a Weedle in I think I got a Pidgey on Route 2, and then I caught a Weedle in Verdian Forest, instead of grinding for that Pikachu, like I did this time. It wasn't that much of a grind, really. I encountered 2 of them pretty quickly. You know, I really should have been looking at the lists from the get-go, and, like, planning ahead. Like, that's something I didn't do that I should have been doing, is planning ahead which Pokemon I might be interested in on each route. Let me go back inside. Oh, actually, you start with Thundershock. Never mind, we're training out here. Provided you don't get one shot. Okay. Okay, you know what? Until Pikachu has like 16 HP minimum, I think we're still gonna do swap strats. Just in case of a crit. That crit is too anxiety-inducing. Those crits freak me out too much. Because if that had been a crit, that'd be one dead Pikachu right then and there. And yeah, I can see why some people, whenever they play Nuzlocke, they just cheat themselves in like 20 million rare candies to level up, like, up to their level limit, so to speak. Okay, see, I feel like you could survive a crit now. Maybe. Yeah, see, it's still doing 5 damage, thankfully. But then that means I have to go back to town every single time, which is not great. Especially with these NPCs just blocking the path constantly. But yes, I'm definitely felt like I needed a restart for this. I felt like I got off on the wrong foot the first time I played. That was my main issue. You could probably take on a... No, not equal level rat, no. Side. The second you start talking, it goes wrong. So stop that. That crit could have been done on the wrong person. Also, we got a Vine Whip now. I need to stop leveling up that Bulbasaur. We're going back inside Virgin Forest, and we're using the Pidgey for grinding. On the insects. I do have plenty of potions, even if they get poisoned. We should be fine to go to a Pokemon Center. Okay, see, that's nice and easy. You can easily get a bunch of EXP from fighting Metapods. Because these things don't fight back. And they only harden, which Thunderchalk can go through because it's not physical attack. There you go. We'll be beating the crap out of Gary before too long. I don't know, I might be able to, like, go pretty far up north before Gary becomes unavailable. You might never become unavailable, really. I think something with Thundershock is definitely appreciated, though. Like, having an early access to non-elemental damage. Excuse me, not... What am I thinking of? Having access to special... You know what? I'm just gonna call it magical at this point. I do not have the brain space to call it anything else right now. Okay, we're perfect right now for grinding. Tail Whip, okay. Not particularly useful, given your attacks are not physical, but you know, I'll take it. And that's perfect source of XP. Okay, see, that one's a little bit more worrisome because it could poison you. Like, that's the worrying part about those Weedles. Caterpies cannot, thankfully. That's still a little spooky whenever I see them, though. I almost, like, want to give it a pause to just make sure it doesn't happen. You know what? Let me turn on the animations back on. I want to see them. I know a lot of people keep them turned off, and I totally understand why they do, but... Battle scene, there we go. I was wondering which one it was. Okay, it's a level 3. Should be able to one-shot it, right? You thought of a horrifying contest and concept, a side stream, but anyone could request songs. Ugh. I would hate that. I used to do that, but then, like, I very rapidly noticed that people would redeem, like, would song request, like, Minecraft parodies or ear rape and stuff like that. Like, stuff that is not, that should never be available on the song request kind of stuff. So I'm just like, no, I'm just putting my own music now. People have, like, forfeited choice. Excuse me, people have, like, lost the ability to do that anymore because of that. The old days. Okay, there's a poison I was hoping to avoid. Okay, let's go back to town, shall we? Before that poison ran its course. I do want to treat it as if it's a death. If it reaches 0 without me healing it. How about a point redeem to recommend a song? I feel like they would still lead to the same problem where people would like put in requests for terrible, terrible stuff that I don't want to listen to. Even sometimes when it was totally legitimate, people would request songs that I absolutely despise, like rap music. I hate rap music. There's nothing wrong with rap music. There's nothing wrong with people listening to rap music. I just personally despise listening to it. I like reggae. Reggae's nice. I like ska music. Recommend, not force. Yeah, but then what's the point of having it be a channel point redeem, you know? If people, like, can't get what they want. 1, 2... We're fine. I feel like I'm playing Dark Souls right now because I'm using my index finger to press Y to go fast. Just like when I'm using my index finger to press the B button for running in Dark Souls. Screwing up my finger constantly. Okay, you should be able to take on this guy, right? It could be just cheap. I guess so, but it's like... You can't really listen to music on Twitch anymore because of the whole, like, rules about DMCA claiming and whatnot. Not that it ever happens. And you could just... I do have a way to make music play on stream without it being in the VOD, but it's still, like, a concern for me. If that makes any sense. These rats still give me anxiety. I don't like them. Thunder Wave, okay, that Pikachu is like really showing itself like to be an invaluable member of the team. I guess it kind of makes sense that would make Pikachu have such a good like early game moveset. The ability that it just learned is Thunder Wave, which typically I like teaching it to a lot of Pokemon because it's a very high like accuracy move. Yeah, it's 100 accuracy that paralyzes the enemy. It doesn't do any damage. But sometimes that's all you need, is to waste people's turns. Sometimes that's all you really need. It's good to put it on Pokemon that would not otherwise inflict status effects. You mean specifically non-copyrighted music? Still, I prefer being in control personally. Mainly because I feel like people will still redeem stuff that I wouldn't like. Hold on, somebody messaged me on Discord. I only noticed that now. I think it's Foco sending me a clip of Judgment. I am looking forward to playing the Judgment Yakuza game. Or rather, the Yakuza spin-off games. Pardon me. I will be yawning over the course of this stream, just fair warning. Yeah, I'm not getting much of anything of high level out here. Let me go back in here. Ugh, that crit. Thankfully it did not poison, otherwise I'd be concerned. And it was Stabby Tabby. I feel like that you used to have a different username. And you're definitely somebody I know because I've given you VIP. Where have you been? You feel like I haven't seen you stream forever? I've literally streamed every day of the last week! And yes, the username change does lead me to confusion. I do stream at like, you know, in the start at 10 AM American time, which is why a lot of people don't see me ever. Pastry Panda, of course. How are you doing? You know, Manchester Roth and Stubby Tubby might get along because you're both VTubers. But yes, hope you're doing quite alright. I guess I haven't seen you in a while. You do play mostly Dead by Daylight, which is probably why I haven't been able to catch any of your stream, because I'm like, ew, gore, because I'm a huge wimp. But yes, doing great but tired. Me, I just feel tired. But otherwise, same. No, actually. I've been stabbed by the bug, so to speak. Pun intended, giving Viridian Forest. Yeah, I've gotten the bug for playing Pokemon games lately, and I'm just like, I don't remember a single thing about the plot of any Pokemon game, so I'm like, you know what, I want to replay them and I want to pay attention. Feels like everyone's getting sick. No, I'm just tired, I have not slept. I am playing Pokemon instead of sleeping on my day off because I've lost control of my life. So yes, let me do some lovely shout out for people. If you like VTubers, you might like these two. Still using the same, hold on, you said you were looking to get a new model, if I recall correctly. I guess calling you Tabby would make the most sense, right? Because I feel like calling somebody Stabby feels wrong, doesn't it? Yes, you do have the new model. I recall that. You were looking to get that for a while. Yeah, I definitely need to be hanging out with you more often in your streams. I would love to also get myself one of mine, to be perfectly honest. Especially if I'm going to be streaming Pokemon, I definitely should be getting myself some kind of model, so there's something to be looking at during these streams. Okay, I'm actually a little spooked about this. You know what? Let me run. I don't like being poisoned, because the effect of poison are really strong in combat. You're branching out from Dead by Daylight, so yeah, hopefully I'll be able to hang out. Everyone I feel like that I know who's a VTuber seems to be playing Pokemon right now. Like the newest one. I feel like the fact that it's so buggy has led everyone to be like, quick, gotta get in on this, to have some funny clips. Everyone wants to give it a try. Even people that normally would not be into Pokemon that I know. Meanwhile, me, I'm just like, the bugs are funny, but I think I'd try to wait until they're patched. Or, you know, until there's mods on PC for fixing the FPS, so I'm playing this now. Also, I need to put somebody else in front for EXP. Let me start doing that. So yes, this might not be the most entertaining stream today, especially because I'm so tired. I woke up at midnight today and I'm like, yeah, I should go back to bed, but then I'm like, people that I mod for are live right now, so then I did not go back to bed. I just ended up modding for Dashing Saint, and then immediately afterward modding for K-Style, and that's kind of just been my day until 10 AM, and then I'm like, well, let me start streaming, because what could possibly go wrong when not, you know, having gotten any sleep? I do appreciate beating up Kakunas. Low kick, that'll actually be useful. I think low kick has gotten a revamp in modern Pokemon, hasn't it? Where now it has like a base attack power that increases based on the enemy weight. Instead of right now, it currently has no attack power by default, and it's entirely based on the enemy's weight, which, you know, is not a whole lot early game, because you just end up fighting tiny little creatures for the most part. Why sleep when you could just get distracted repeatedly? You know, I probably should not be playing Pokemon with Permadeath whilst I'm sleep deprived. That's a terrible idea, side. And lo and behold, here I am! Okay, that poison gives me anxiety again. It's such a big percentage that it takes every time. Also, yes, I am making very liberal use of the speed up option whilst I have access to it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. I will need to use a potion here. Unfortunate Such a waste of potion. But yes, I do want to play a little bit more hardcore. So if the potion run, excuse me, if the poison run its course, then it's still a faint. It's still a death. You know, it might be better off fighting the rats out here. No, you know what? There's birds out here. I changed my mind. I'm better off fighting the small worms in the forest. I need to start doing this more, where I just spin around in circles. It's kind of interesting that there's so few Pokemon in this gen, isn't there? Like, I was looking at the list of Pokemon available. Okay, hold on, I just realized that thing has electricity by default. I know because I got one of my own. Electricity is a little spooky against the Mankey. Typically, whenever I played, like, modern Pokemon games, the only thing I would keep track of is, like, not my defensive typage, but my offensive one. I would kind of just throw out whatever had type advantage in modern Pokemon game. I think I've been pampered. In older games, I feel like now my priority is also getting out something that has defensive advantage rather than offensive. Which, you know, I guess makes perfect sense, really. You want to have the defensive advantage, not the offensive one. I would like to get everybody a little higher level, if possible. But not too high level. I forget, what level is Brock, the gym leader? Let me go take a peek. I am looking at the wrong page. I was looking at the rival. What about the gym leaders? I don't mind taking a peek at what their levels are. See if I can find them. Gym leaders, there we go. What level is Brock? It's about level 12 to 14 are his Pokemon, noted. So, the Gary Oak encounter on Route 22 that is completely optional is not like higher level than the first gym or anything stupid like that. It's actually perfectly fine to do it along the way. It's kind of weird that it's like so hidden and there's no like hints to go check it out. I guess just going on Route 22 is supposed to be the hint. Then if you happen to see him there, all the more power to you. Perhaps I should go and make myself another cup of coffee. You know, I know for a fact I definitely should be making myself another cup of coffee. Does low kick do any damage to these rats? It does good enough. It does good enough. Not a whole lot of EXP though. And yeah, that's definitely not particularly interesting for most people, I'm sure, this stream. Playing it so safe. But yeah, no, this is relaxing actually, just the grind almost. Which I guess I would have been doing this no matter what. Just on my own time. Oh my goodness, I had a feeling it was going to happen. Hello, Mizu!
Did you see that, Zach?
I sure did.
Clear as a crisp spring morning.
FLM.
In the
Thank
coffee.
you.
I knew I could count on it. Never fails.
How are you doing?
Now then, let's get going.
I'm sure you people... Some of you, I'm sure, like VTubers. Molten Lady Mizu does stream, and she was just playing Pokemon earlier. Also, thank you, Lex, for also doing that. I had a feeling it was happening. I had a feeling.
Did you see that, Zach?
I certainly did.
Clear as a crisp spring morning.
L. Twice.
In the coffee.
Thank you very
Knew I could
much.
count on it. Never fails.
That's very nice of you.
Now then, let's get going.
I hope you folks are doing quite alright. Yes, Lex and Photo Lady Mizu were doing a Soul Link Nuzlocke of the most recent Pokemon game. So it must be a little jarring to come to like old school Gen 1. Well, not really Gen 1. Well, actually, yes, it is Gen 1 for all intents and purposes. How are you folks doing? I am Side. I don't like advertising myself or like resume myself, but hi. Hope you folks are doing quite alright. Those of you that were already here, these two VTubers are very charming. Pardon me, my throat. Are very charming people, and you should definitely go check them out. Very kind folk. Very excitable Lex is. And Mizu, I'd say, is like lovely voice, very calm. And you should go, you know, check them out. But, you know, maybe you should go watch them and make your own opinion about them. I like them, and maybe you will too. But yes, thank you for the raid with a grand total of 26 people with the both of you combined. That's very appreciated. But yes, thank you, Lex, for streaming. I got to watch a little bit of it, and I did see that Lex, of course, went for the weed cat, unsurprisingly. What surprised me, though, was that Mizu ended up picking Fuecoco. I'm surprised. I was expecting water type, given the preference for mermaid. But yes, this might be a little bit more boring comparatively, I'm sure. And I totally understand how some folks might feel. You are the weed cat, the cat is indeed the weed cat. Name the croc after you all. That's cute. Millicor should rename you to Millicroc. I have not slept, by the way. I've been awake for a while. Just fair warning, I'm a little loopy. Not a whole lot of sleep. She had weed cat in her initial playthrough. She chose the croc for playthrough number 2. There you go. Okay, that explains it. Yeah, if you picked the weed cat, you would have seen the evolution of the duck. So I guess it makes sense that you picked the croc. Talking and taking a break, thought we'd keep the Pokemon going, but yes. So does that mean you're gonna be coming back online later today? Maybe I'll stay on and so I can raid you back in that case. If that's what you mean by taking a break. Yeah, this is probably a little bit boring. I've been trying to get everybody to around level 9, level 10-ish. Yes, I've decided to restart. The last time I left off, pretty much my entire team, except the Pokemon I named after Mizu, ended up being deleted. Because the game went on from throwing little itty-bitty level 20-ish ghost-type Pokemon to a level 30 Marowak in the Pokemon Tower that, you know, deleted my Ivysaur. I was upset and I'm like, yeah, I basically had nothing left. What cats are there in Gen 1? There's only Meowth that I can think of, to be perfectly honest. Not a whole lot of cats for a while in Pokemon. It's like 1 per gen, if I recall correctly. And then eventually, like recently, they started doing 1 Meowth for every region. So there's like an Alolan Meowth, and then there's a Galarian Meowth. There's a lot of Meowths. Many decided to raid you because we love you, though. Great regarding Pokemon and vibes. I like Pokemon a lot. And I was just talking with Tabby here earlier. How I definitely need to get a model of my own if I'm gonna keep playing Pokemon. Because visually, this might be a little boring for some people, so I probably need a little something in the background that reacts whenever I speak. You know, that would be a little bit more interesting to look at than, you know, just Viridian Forest in the background, which I forgot to make it back during the day. There you go. I had the nighttime Viridian Forest. But yes, I do like... I don't want to have any duplicates, except for the evolutions, and possibly a few others. Where it's like, the Pokemon's different enough to count as a whole different thing. It's also because the games, the Pokemon games, I might not remember them all perfectly. But I recall that they all kinda just throw Eevees at you every now and then, like, without warning. Like, for example, in this game, I think it's called Celadon City. If you just go into the back of a house, there's just a random Eevee just sitting on the table for you to pick up. And no one talks about it. Like, it's kind of just there. And it's just like, here's a free Eevee. And I'm like, oh, I see. And then I recall that, in Pokemon Coliseum, you get an Espeon and a Umbreon for free. And then, Pokemon XD will also make you start with an EV. There's a lot of EVs. I recall you can trade for one as well in Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver. There's a lot. There's quite a lot. But yes, if you people are looking for a very sleepy streamer, I'll be streaming this all day because I was halfway through the game, and then like I was playing Permadeath, so of course I ran out of party members, or rather I was about to run out of party members, and I was kind of just like, you know what, I've done so poorly, I would like to restart, so I hit the reset button, and that's kind of where I'm at right now. I've resetted. You want to give it a big old refresh, make some different choices of which Pokemon I get on which route. And I think I'm pretty satisfied with the notes I've taken in advance. So yes, I'll be trying to keep going long enough so I can come back and raid Lex and Mizu again once they come back online. So if you folks want to go back to them, that's perfectly... That's like one reason to stick around, I suppose, actually. Until they come back online. Although there is no promises. Let's be honest. I might be guilt-tripped into coming back to the point where I left the game off. Back to the Pokemon Tower. And then that means that I might stream for like 24 hours. But yes, I'll definitely want to raid you guys back whenever possible. But yes, otherwise... This will be quite a little bit more of a relaxed time. I know Legatus is a lot more energetic. I am typically also pretty energetic, but I have not slept a whole lot. I think I am one-shotting these nerds now, which I appreciate a lot, personally. It's a very slow grind, but it's a grind I am okay with. Please don't poison me, thank you. You know what? What, a few more, and then we'll head back to town. I really don't like encountering the poisonous one. It's very scary, because if they poison me and crit me on the same go... Yeah, you know what? I'm taking this safe. Yeah, that was a crit. That was a crit. That could have gone extremely poorly. Alright, let's go back to town to heal up. I do not have any antidotes, so it's kind of just gonna be using potions whenever it becomes needed. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3. That should be down to 26. Yeah, 6 HP. So let me use a potion on him. But yes, this is not like a hardcore Nuzlocke or anything like that. I just wanted an excuse to play through the entire Pokemon series again, or at least once per region. I wanted an excuse to do that. For real, I wanted an excuse to play through Pokemon and XD again. Which I recall, I think those were the games that really got me into Pokemon. Like, I remember renting them. And I think those are the ones that definitely stick out in my memory, but I'm like, man, I don't remember a single thing about Pokemon Colosseum and XD. I just remember that you break out of the bad guys' like offices in the first game, the first Pokemon Colosseum. And that's pretty much all I remember. I remember thinking, man, the character looks really cool. And this game is Pokemon, and like the creatures are so cool. And yeah. I think that's what kind of got me into the series. It had this bad boy attitude to it, which, you know, they never come back to that, do they? Also, now that Chin is about level 9, that would be a good time to start training. Coworker here. At what level does... Okay, let me go take a look at... I've never trained up a insect-type Pokemon from scratch. Let me go take a look at Caterpie. What level does it evolve at? Should I be evolving it or not? Okay, at level 10... Excuse me, at level 7 it becomes a Metapod, then level 10 it becomes a Butterfree. If I skip out a few levels, is that fine? Like, become... Like, if I go level 8? No, actually. Apparently it learns Bug Bite at level 9? We took a look at Gentry. No, it does not learn that at level 9, no. Okay, so I gain absolutely nothing for keeping this thing as a Caterpie. And then Metapod only learns Harden, which kind of makes sense, yes. And then afterwards, Butterfree is like when it starts to actually gain moves and stuff like that, right? Yes, it does. Okay. I've got a wiki page open to look at this kind of stuff. So there is no reason to keep this thing as a Caterpie. I can safely evolve it to learn Harden, and then swap over to a Butterfree afterwards. Wait, did I? I did not need to walk all the way back here. I'm considering, like, what do I want to grind EXP on for this guy? I have not quite decided yet. Could you beat up this guy by yourself, coworker? This is a very strange thing. It's a very strange sentence to be saying. Can you pick up this guy, coworker? Yeah, that's a weird one. You still take quite a lot of damage from that poison sting. Maybe I'd like somebody else to take care of that. Pickaxe Chew could use level 9 itself, so you'll be carrying a little bit here. Great, poison immediately. Love it. This is why I don't like trading so far away. You mean training so far away from town? Level 12. 1, 2, 3. I'm definitely gonna need to use a potion before I reach that. 2, 3, 4. I might be able to cut it very close. I got 2 procs left. 1. Okay. I did not need to waste a potion. Good. Good. Cutting it a little bit close there. My goodness. These poison Pokemon typically are not an issue. Except when you're trying to do Permadeath. Then it's like, oof. All of a sudden, they're a real problem. What I really want to see is like Metapods and Kakunas and stuff, because then they just harden, so you could just tackle them for 5 hours and get the entire EXP. We're gonna be doing not a whole lot of damage, but you're the only person I want to get any more EXP on right now. Is these two. Do not. You know what? I'm just gonna run away whenever I encounter one that could poison us. Because going back to town and possibly wasting a potion feels terrible. Can't escape. Thank you. There we go. Now I can leave. My goodness. The second I don't want to encounter the ones that can poison me, just throws them all in my face. There you go. I could grind the XP on this one. It's gonna take a while, but we'll get there. This is why we play with the emulator, to speed things up. Old school Pokemon, everybody! This is the experience! Beating up Kakunas in Viridian Forest for 30 minutes! This is the experience that I've missed. This is the experience you don't get anymore in modern Pokemon. Because you just send your Pokemon out by pressing the R button, then it automatically fights stuff, and then your entire party gets the experience. I feel like an old man. You should be fine. I feel old. This is what I've been reduced to. Okay, that took a hot second there. Back to town to heal. That's another thing that I kind of miss about older Pokemon games. Going back to town to heal. Doesn't feel like a thing anymore. Like I recall in Pokemon Sword and Shield, one of the first things that I noticed that really annoyed me. Old folks, gang, rise up! Slowly and carefully, you don't want to break your hips. That's definitely something I noticed. Like, so Pokemon Sword and Shield, I still recall the first real round of the game. Not actually the first real round of the game, but like once you get to Motostoke, and then you register yourself with the Pokemon League, the game's like, oh yeah, you can go and rest up at the hotel. Which, you know, by then you've already gone to the Pokemon Center to heal after coming to town. Then you go to the hotel, and then you encounter, like, Team Yell, the evil team of the game. Then you fight 2 of them, and the game forcibly heals you to fight, like, a double battle afterwards. Then afterwards, the game forcibly heals you again, and then you go to the next route, and then there's an NPC that heals you on that route, and I'm just like, calm down, game. I've had, like, 3 free heals. I do not need that many free heals. It feels like they really did not want you to start a fight with not a fully healed up team. Which, you know, I kinda understand, because I've had Gary Oak jump scare me a few times in this game. And, you know, when I was not prepared. So I can see why the game devs would be like, okay, let's give them a couple heal before we trust them into a hard battle. But those battles were not hard. Those battles were quite easy. That's the part that annoyed me. Like, especially the double battle afterwards, because they just send out the exact same Pokemon that you just fought against. Except this time it's a 2v2, and your friend carries you. Like, what was his name? Hop. That was his name. I keep getting Hop and Ho mixed up because their names sound the same, and they look very similar in terms of design, and they have the exact same animations, because they just ended up reusing them from the previous game. Good times. Like, actually. I'm looking forward to get to modern Pokemon after trudging through the ancient old remains of this dinosaur. I'm kidding. It has aged surprisingly well, actually. Did someone say ho? No, I meant H-A-U. Hello, Villa, by the way. Which I'm assuming is pronounced ho. You know, like the Hawaiian town, Ho'ohuli, which I think is the capital. I think that's how it's pronounced. That's what my memory tells me. Ho's mad! I recall hearing many tales about Ho's being all kinds of mad back when Hero released in Smash Bros. Hoes were mad everywhere, from the East Coast to the West Coast, from Canada to Brazil. No one was happy about Hero being released in Smash. Everyone was bitching and moaning about Hero being in Smash. No one liked it. Me, I was just like, oh, Dragon Quest representative, that's neat. And then I started playing it, and I'm like, oh, this character's a lot of fun. And then it turns out everyone hated me for playing this character. I like playing Hero in Smash. It literally just felt like playing Robin, but sideways, if that makes any sense. Like, Robin's, like, regular B button was a lightning attack, right? And then the side B was a fire attack. And then Hero was the opposite. The regular B was a fire attack, and then the side B was a lightning attack. And then they served, like, opposite usage. Overall, it just felt like the fact that I had been playing Robin a lot kind of translated the skills over very well for me. Because I'm like, oh, I know how to play this character already, basically. Felt like it had very similar air combos as well. Can you take care of a Pikachu? Never mind, I've changed my mind. Let me swap Pokemon real quick. I don't like that idea anymore. Now that you're paralyzed. That was a crit? Only dealt 3 damage. I definitely should be. I did not realize that a lightning-type Pokemon could be paralyzed. Am I the only one who felt like that should not happen? I know poison types cannot be poisoned. Amongst other things. But I felt like electric Pokemons could not be paralyzed. Well, I guess you could be paralyzed from other sources. Like, the body slam move can paralyze you, which is a normal type move. So I guess it makes sense for electric types to be able to be paralyzed. Because you're not stunned with electricity, you're just paralyzed. From just about any sources, really. Could be from spores, could be from the body slam move. Whew. Yeah, pardon me, I, like I've said, not been sleeping much. So my energy is a little lacking, to say the least. I do not want to be fighting stuff that can poison me. It is fun, kind of, actually, just mindless grinding. It's not really mindless, but it might as well be. There's not a whole lot mentally going on here, but I kind of like it. I'm just sitting down and playing video games. Alright, let's allow the co-worker to evolve. Again, a very strange sentence, to be sure. It certainly takes a bit. I want to really relish in these old school animations. It's a good reason to be going back. And he learned harder. He still has tackle, right? Pretty sure, pretty sure. It would be weird if they took away tackle. The metapods in the forest do not have these other moves, which is why I was a little worried. Did that Pikachu have an item? No, it was just its leg that I thought was an item. So yeah, pardon me if I seem a little low energy. Normally I play, I guess, other Pokemon games, and I play Dark Souls 2 Invasions. Which I think is the first stream Mizu actually caught of me, where it's like, Lex was like, oh yeah, you should go check outside, he's playing Pokemon right now. And then, like, I was playing Dark Souls 2, and I forgot to update the title and the game category. And I'm like, oh, I hope this will not color your impression of me in any particular way. I say as I one-shot a noob and cackle maniacally. Dark Souls 2 is fun, because I'm making the experience horrible for other people. That's not true, that's a lie, that's a lie. I'm over-exaggerating. A little bit. Only a little bit. Okay. Definitely want to get Coworker to level 10. Because then I have a Butterfree out the gate. Not that I'll be able to use it against the fight against Gary Oak. Anyways. Because those jerks is just gonna use like a Pidgey and a Charmander. Which will not be great! It will not be great. To be fighting a Pidgey and a Charmander with my team. That basically means the Pikachu and Chinky kinda have to carry. Possibly Pidgey too. So I guess those guys should be the priority, come to think of it. Not right now, because we're still trying to get you to level 10. Specifically so I don't have to use you as a goddamn punching bag, so to speak. You know what? You're coming out. I would love to encounter more other metapods and stuff like that, not Weedles and Caterpies, which can actually fight back. You know, Caterpies are fine, because they're at least, like, weak. They only do, like, 2 damage. Not that I do a whole lot more on myself, but, you know. Until I'm under 6 HP, we're not within crit range. Alright, back to town now. Again, I totally get it. This is like... Anybody from Legatus and Mizu's raid who doesn't find this interesting, I totally understand. Going from modern Pokemon to the one of the oldest. Not the oldest, but it's a remake of the oldest. Hello again, Mizu. Yeah, I was just saying, like... I recall my the first impression of me was like when I streamed Dark Souls 3, and I'm like, oh! I hope this will not color your opinion of me in any particular way. I say as I cackle maniacally, one-shotting new players at Dark Souls 2 that I invade. I felt like, I feel like this is a wrong impression to be giving to new people. But yes, I totally get if some folks find this, like, less interesting than modern Pokemon. Modern Pokemon has a lot of stuff going on visually, and it moves very fast. Which is good. It's good for streaming. There's something about this old game charm. I wonder how Pokemon Coliseum actually holds up today. Like, once I'm gonna go to boot that up, which I do want to, after this game. I kind of want to visit each region once. That seems like a good goal to give myself. Whilst I wait for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet to either announce patches or DLCs or anything like that. Kind of just want to visit every region that I've possibly missed out on and just don't remember. I appreciate that it's not doing any damage. There we go, now it damaged. But he is very evil. Okay, there's something that cannot fight back. Speaking of evil! Something that cannot fight back. This is a lot more time consuming now. Because I'm now reduced to only doing 1 damage per hit. Thankfully, you have 35 usage of tackle, which is not, you know, the end of the world. Okay, we're getting there. I definitely want... Yeah, no, you know what? Everybody's like level 9. I think that's a good level. I really want Coworker to be level 10 specifically, though. I think we're fine, actually. Let me get them to level 9. And then we'll fight our way through the rest of the forest. And that'll be how they get to level 10. I am running out of usages of tackle. That's how long it takes to kill some of these. Okay, I'm only taking 2 damage, which means a crit would at most do 6. So we are fine. Side, you have your pointer in the middle of your screen. When you saw it, you will only see that. Wait, is it on screen right now? It's on screen right now. Okay, let me go through some of my properties real quick. Just make sure nothing is showing my pointer. No, it's gone. I'm just... I am paranoid. I need to check. Okay, I think this one might be... This one is capturing cursor. Let me disable that. Chat window. Is it capturing my cursor? No. What about this emulator? It is not capturing my cursor. This one is. Okay, let me disable that. There you go. There you go. That probably was the issue, honestly. It defaults to showing your cursor in this thing. In OBS, which I guess kind of makes sense, but still annoying. Also, I've never seen the 3D model for Metapod, actually. That's quite interesting. I like looking at that. But yeah, there we go. It should be gone now forever. I don't want to go back to town already. Come on, let's go. Give me another fight. I appreciate I can just do this very quickly. Okay, I am definitely not gonna have enough tackles to kill that thing, so I might as well swap to somebody else. To get the kill. Quick and dirty. Okay, you know what? I think we're fine going to go tackle the optional fight with Gary on Route 22 at level 9. Now I can move on to Pewter City. Honestly, I would love to get, like, the first 2 gyms down, minimum, before I end stream. Pickaxe Shoe will be carrying this fight. This optional fight that I completely missed out on, by the way. The game gives you no hints to go and do it. And that kind of annoys me. Like, actually. Like, the game does not think to even remotely be like, oh, maybe you should go check out this place. There might be something interesting. No, it's just... the last time I came here, I just went through the grass to pick up a men key, and that's all I did. Should be fine, right? Yeah, let me... What are the stats on that Pikachu again? Let me take a quick peek. If it can, like, you know, survive a hit or 5. It should be fine, right? Yeah, it's got like 30 defense, actually. It's got very good defense. Holy crap, that's a very tanky Pikachu. I appreciate that. Thank you, random RNG. I can't even see him from this area. There he is. Hey, son, you're off to a Pokemon League? Forget about it. You probably don't have any badges, do you? The guard won't let you through without them. Did your Pokemon get any stronger? You're the one that lost on the first battle. I should be the one asking you that. He's almost polite during this encounter. I almost feel bad that I named him Assface. Also, yeah, if you came here immediately, you would be like, what, level 6? He would absolutely wipe the floor with you. The game is mean. This is a very mean encounter. Especially because you have no way of even being able to see that he's going to be there. Where's the Mizu Pokemon? I've restarted, so I'm going to have to wait until I have access to that Eevee again. Yeah, I restarted because, I was like, I got hit really hard. I lost most of my team, and I'm just like, I'm definitely gonna lose the rest of the team eventually, or only one Pokemon would have carried the entire game, which I feel would be way less interesting. So you know what, I decided to restart, because I was gonna lose the future encounters anyways. And so yeah, I just hit the restart. So the Mizu Pokemon will come back once we get back there. It'll be the same thing, definitely a Vaporeon again. Just as soon as I find that Eevee, which will be a little while away from now. I'd like to try to get back to Rivals in one stream if I can, but I doubt that'll happen, because it's quite far away. It took me, let me go see, 2 hours just to get, like, to the first gem, so to speak. I mean, I can just run to the first gem, is what I mean, from here. But to set up Charmander, you know what? We're actually going to keep the Pickaxe Chew out here. Then we're going to paralyze him. And then we're going to swap. What a good move. Like, actually. I'd love for Chain Key to get some EXP here. That reduce your attack, but we should be fine anyways, right? It just hits really hard. He's a Mankey. Okay, we're taking about 5 damage per hit, so if we do get a crit on us, that would be 15. So we would survive. It would hurt a lot, but we would survive at this point. Actually, I'm a little worried. If it's a crit of an Ember, we would not. If it has Ember. It might not. It's only used Scratch so far. Okay, now we would be dying. If we got critted. Come on, Paralyzed. Make him waste a turn. Perfect. Whoops. Did not mean to do that. But yes, I was on the verge of getting team wiped anyway, so I figured I'd call the previous run a little bit of a practice run for the real thing, and now this is the real thing. I'm going to try to power through every single region of Pokemon, at least once each. And if I end up completely wiped, where I run out of Pokemon altogether, then I restart Fire Red. Also, yes, I called him Assface, Pickaxe. Because he is an Assface! Look at this little prick! Sorry, I'm trying to, like, be loud to wake myself up. It is not working. I heard Pokemon League is crawling with tough trainers. I have to figure out how to get past them. You should quit dawdling and get a move on, says the guy that just lost. Go fuck yourself. Jerk. Is there anything back here that I care about, actually? Like any items? Don't know if I came by here on my previous playthrough. I must have forgotten. I think I did, actually. And then he's like, yeah, you don't have any badges. Yeah, there's nothing in here. weird that it's playing the Virgin Forest music in there. I probably should go to the Pokemon Center. Before I forget. That felt nice, actually. That was an encounter that I completely missed out on. And it felt nice to go over to there and then to just wipe the floor with him. That's a good rival. That's how you know the rival is good. Because you feel satisfied when you beat him up. Because he's mean. He's really, really mean. And if there's nothing more cathartic in video games than seeing bad things happen to bad people. Because that is my no consequence power fantasy. Seeing bad things happen to bad people and helping and being as nice to the virtual characters as I possibly can. That is my virtual fantasy. Yeah, I think I'll avoid the things that can poison us because I do want to get through here in a timely manner, preferably. I still want to kill stuff, just, you know, not stuff that'll murder me. Okay, see this stuff I can fight on. Let's see, that Pidgey could use some more EXP. Honestly, I probably should not be using Pidgey, come to think of it. Because Pidgey will not be particularly useful for the upcoming gym. I've already picked up the item back there, right? Yes, I did. That's probably the only reason why I remembered, is because I have. But yes. Again, I feel like I'm so much more lower energy than I typically am. You know Mia, by the way. Don't let your Pokemon die this time. They did last time, and that's why I restarted. But yes, hello, Mia. There we go. There's a first Pokemon trainer. Yes, that was basically a full wipe. So I decided to, you know, just call it quits. Get a nice restart. You know what? You should be fine actually taking on these guys. I probably should have taken on the trainers in here before going for Gary, shouldn't I? I would assume my bug-type Pokemon can be poisoned. Yes, he can. Okay. But for some reason it went away. Wait, what? I got poisoned for like a second, then it went away. What was that? I don't have, like, cheat codes enabled or anything, no? No, I don't. Why did that? Hold on. Do you have an ability that makes you lose poison sometimes randomly? Oh yeah, it does! He does! He has shed skin! Ah. I was just like, wait, what the hell was that? And I'm like, oh, right. Not a particularly useful feature, but it's still a nice feature to have, I guess. Yeah, that took me by surprise. That's what I get for speeding through, I suppose. Don't get poisoned again, please. Thank you. Okay, you know what? He's poisoned, but we could just swap out. And then he doesn't take any poison damage. Right? Yeah. Won't be taking any poison. I'll have to walk back to town to get rid of that poison, though. Unfortunately. Okay, now Pidgey's like level 10. Which is not terribly great. You'll scare the bug away. What do you mean? You're the one that attacked me, you prick! Yeah, I could try to power through the forest, but I don't think I want to. You know, I'll use that money that I got from beating him to buy some antidotes, actually. I'll buy 1 or 2. Because I'd rather not walk all the way back to town every time. Alright, 4 more. 1, 2, 3. You know what, I'll just use a potion now. I'm going to eventually anyways. Instead of like trying to count it to get it on last possible HP, whilst satisfying, is completely useless. Remember to buy those antidotes you talked about outside. It's only really a concern this early game, though, to be perfectly honest. See, I'll just buy one. I think I'm good with just one, thank you. But yeah, another reason why I wanted to restart is because I did find out, the longer the playthrough went on, that there are some routes that simply just have a lot of duplicate Pokemon. There's a lot of duplicate Pokemon on some routes. And I felt like I was making good choices on my, like, one Pokemon per route rule, so to speak. Yeah, let's actually avoid fighting in the tall grass and just fight trainers. I'd love to get Coworker up to level 10 if possible. So I'll still keep them in the front. I've already read out all of these dialogues before, so there's no point in doing it again. Don't get poisoned, please. And they got poisoned, of course. Unsurprisingly. I think I'll do the same thing where I kind of send out the co-worker and then swap out somebody else. You know what? I think he can just like take on this one by himself. I'll use that antidote. Never mind. That poison is doing too much of a number on us. I'm gonna need to go back to town. God damn it. God damn it. I should have bought 2 of them. Don't poison this one too, please. Thank you. That could have been worse. No, you know what? You just stay out front. Never mind. That's the Pokemon we could have beaten easily. With somebody that needed the EXP. Well, it's too late now. Okay, that bird's getting pretty high level for no reason now. It's leveling up a lot faster than my other stuff. Okay. I do recall that there's an antidote somewhere here in Virgin Forest. I could just keep looking until I find it, I suppose. Maybe not, actually. Is that it? You know what? I'm surprised that I remembered that, to be perfectly honest. Though there will undoubtedly be more of those stupid Weedles, those bug catchers with Weedles. Because those are the only bug Pokemon in the entire region for some reason. So the game will throw as many of them at me as it can. This is the way out, I think, actually. Hold on, let me go back up. Looking for trainers, mostly. To beat them up and take their lunch money. And EXP. Mostly their EXP, to be perfectly honest. Might be little, but I won't like it if you go easy on me. No, I won't. I can assure you. I'll be as dickish as I can. Definitely should be getting Shanky the EXP, come to think of it, whenever it's something that can't poison us. But something more satisfying about having a full team of level 10s. Yeah, you know what? Shanky is getting all the EXP. Shanky will actually be useful in the upcoming Rock-type gym. So I'd like him to actually like fight the first thing, and then afterwards Kakarot can take care of the second one. Which is his Onyx. Kinda wish he had 3 Pokemon, but no, he's only got 2. Lost some of my allowance. Well, sucks to be you, sucker. See ya. Starting to turn to Gary myself. Gonna be telling people, smell you later. Who the hell uses that kind of vernacular? Let's be honest. I don't want to call it uncouth, but it's very uncouth. That was a crit, so be careful. not gonna crit me twice, right? Actually, even if it crits me twice, I'll live. Crit me a second time. The second you open your mouth sight, it will happen. And of course, now I've said that, I've unjinxed myself, and it didn't. I am not fighting these. You know, I'm actually within kill range. They crit me with a poison sting. Maybe I should be a little more careful. You know what, let me put Chenky in the front. Chenky can, like, needs the EXP anyways. Don't want to beat up this guy. I might want to make it to the next town and then come back, actually. There's definitely going to be one of those that I have to beat up, like, guarantee. Like, I have to beat up that guy up there. There's no escaping that one, unfortunately. What's back here? Oh, it's an item. Hello, Element Fear, by the way. One potion. Very conveniently, yeah, I did restart. I was cut down to about 2 or 3 Pokemon. And I just did not want to, like... all that I had left was the Pokemon I named after Mizu, the Vaporeon, and a Porygon that I've gotten in the game corner, and I think a Meowth. And I think that's all I had left in my team. Actually, I could just take a look at it. I still have the old save file. And yeah. My starter fainted, and then it kind of just all fell apart from there, and I was like, you know what? Let's not even bother. Yeah, actually, I still had also the Abrevie and the Cubone, but then I would have to, like... It was just not worth it to keep going. I felt like if I kept going, the upcoming gyms would have either team wiped me, or I was going to be left with 1 or 2 Pokemon that would have soloed the entire region, because I could not catch anything else afterwards, because I would have been stuck doing repeats in the upcoming routes otherwise, and that's all I really had left. And I was just like, you know what? I'll consider the previous run a practice run, and this one is, like, starting from scratch. Like, the previous one was practice. Because there was a lot of encounters that I felt were kind of... I don't want to call it unfair, but I did not have any warning for anything. How far did you make it? I got to the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town, and I beat up Giovanni. Beating up Giovanni was actually quite... I don't want to say easy, but it was a reasonable challenge. I felt like I had to actually think instead of just attacking and getting super effective and one-shotting them. No, I had to actually think to beat up Giovanni. And then once I made it to Pokemon Tower, I felt like I could beat up Gary, fair enough as well. And then I got to the top of the tower, and there's this level 30 Marowak. And it just two-shot it could two-shot the entire team. And that's kind of when I lost Ivysaur, and I'm like, you know what? It's all gonna fall apart from here. Let's not even bother. Like, how does it go from level 18 Ghastlies to a level 30 Marowak? There was no warning. That was the part that annoyed me. Yeah, Ivysaur died to that Marowak. It would two-shot Ivysaur. Which I did... I think might be because of its shitty, like... defense stat. Let me take a look. Yeah, that Ivysaur had only 9 IV in defense, which explains why it got two-shot by that Marowak. Actually, no, it got critted, if I recall correctly. It was live. I could probably go back and check, but... part of my griefing process is to not think about it. So I'm trying to not think about it. Yeah, it uses, like, focus energy, and then it uses Bone Meringue, which attacks twice. And the first hit did not crit, then the second one did. And since Ivysaur is part poison, it's still, like, normal damage. Like, it's not very effective against grass, but it's super effective against poison, so it evened out. And so, yeah, that's why. I sent out Ivysaur thinking, like, oh, the ground-type move will not hurt very hard. I was wrong. I was wrong. You figured Razor Leaf would kill him in 2 hits, though? See, that makes sense. But it was faster than me anyways. That Marowak did not fuck around. That Marowak could even two-shot the Vaporeon that I had, which had all the HP in the world. I was upset. I was genuinely upset. I was level 30, just like it was. I think I was level 29 on some Pokemon, but still, I was equal level, and that thing could like two-shot the entire team. It did two-shot some members of the team. That's the part where I was like, okay, let me restart. Let me try again. I'm not doing that again. Let me go to town, then I'll come back to beat up the other bug catcher that I skipped. None of you give any dialogue, right? Or item. Okay, I'm on Route 2 again. I've already gotten a Pokemon from Route 2. There is actually... Hello, Rockman, by the way. I restarted. Yeah, there is a Mr. Mime you can trade for in a house down here. Past this little bush. And part of me kind of wants to use it because you cannot get Mr. Mime from anywhere else in the game. Which is why I'm kind of interested to pick it up. My rule is already to be perfectly free to use any gifted Pokemon that the game gives you. I feel like it's fair. Like, if it's given to you in a cutscene, I feel like it's fair to use. That seems reasonable, right? To be like... If the game's gonna give it to me as a gift, I think it's fine if I go through the effort to go get it. Especially if it's from a optional fight. An optional fight that you can completely miss out. But I'm not sure about trades. Like, part of me wants to use trades. But I've already told myself I would only get one Pokemon per round. Regardless of whether or not I'm okay with using trades, I think I'd like to avoid using trades. But I'll still have them, like, in the back pocket to say, like, hey, these guys are fine to use. As per my run. I definitely want to pick them up. I definitely want to pick them up and see if I can drag them to modern Pokemon games and see, like... Was there anything special about this Mr. Mime I've gotten? On Route 2 of Pokemon Fire Red? Alright, I forgot that the game drags you around to the fucking gym. If you try to talk to that guy, walk past him. That Clefairy came from the moon. I made that joke the first time I saw that NPC. I am delaying going to Brock. I cannot go to Route 3, can I? My god, there's a lot of NPCs that just drag you around in this town. My goodness. So yeah, what was the level of Brock? I looked at it like 2 minutes ago. Pardon me. Brock is like level 14. Okay, that seems reasonable. You might be trying to make a more multiplayer-focused Gunlance build? I'm not sure how... I'm not sure what... I don't play enough Monster Hunter to know exactly what that means. I got plenty of potions already. Also, DS2 is a bust? What do you mean? You don't like playing DS2 anymore? Which, you know, is understandable. Sometimes you get bored of old games. Only downloaded enough for Majula? You just ended up going to Majula and then left. It's so wild to me that the game just, like, picks you up and drags you around. Which, you know what? I feel like this is an acceptable amount of hand-holding because this is the first gym. So, of course, the game's like, yo, go to the first gym before you get, like, the real freedom that the game will allow you. I think I'd like to be level 12 or 13. I could just go beat up the first trainer that's in the gym, I guess. That's something I could do. Especially Chain Kia, friend. I guess this will be a little bit of a test run to see, like, how much damage do these guys do. I don't expect them to do a whole lot. Yeah, they are rock type. So Kakarot and Chinky can absolutely, like, power through this, I feel. Stop right there, kid! Kid middles come. Sorry, that was a terrible joke. I am sleep deprived. You see, they're equal level to me, so I feel like I'm fine. Low kick will not be enough to kill it, right? It's a Geodude. But then again, I told myself that last time because, or rather, the reason why I thought that is because the last monkey that I had no attack power. Maybe this one will do good enough. Okay, never mind. Oh, that was a crit. That's not a good metric then. That's a lot of EXP though. Oh, so man, that is cheeky. That is very cheeky of the game to do. That's not a rock type. That's a ground type. Right? Sentry is a ground type. Last I checked. So they sneak in a little imposter in the rock type gym, which I do like actually. Let me see, Sandshrew. Yeah, it's ground type. It's not a rock type, and he's in the rock type gym. I like that a lot actually. And yeah, I don't know enough about Monster Hunter. You could talk to Lex about that actually, which, you know, another shout out for those two. Fortune Lady Mizu and Lex, which raided me earlier. Very lovely folk. Lovely folk. They've been playing Pokemon. And I feel like Lex likes Monster Hunter a lot, so you could talk to him. Excuse me, Nightbot. The bots do my bidding! My throat. Pardon me. Oh, right, I forgot that you have drama over Flex. Honestly, I don't know what it is, but surely it can't be that bad that you're not gonna talk to him for that long, right? It's been like, what, a few months? What drama could it possibly be? Jeez, okay, stop critting me. Random Sandshrew. I don't want to lose my Bulbasaur this early in the series. My goodness, okay. I appreciate being able to survive at least one crit. That's appreciated. You're pretty hot. Thanks, Camper Liam. Thanks. But not as hot as Brock. My goodness, this dialogue has certainly, I don't want to say it aged well, and I don't want to say it aged badly, but it's certainly aged. I'll give it that much. Also, yeah, we are not fighting Brock immediately. I would like to be at least level 13 minimum with those two before I do that. You know, part of me kind of wants to grind everybody up to level 12, but I know that's a horrible waste of time. Like, I know that for a fact. Sorry, let me get back up in my chair. There we go. I know that's a horrible waste of time. Because I could just go to the next route and do it there instead, since I'm not going to use them in this gym battle. Level 5 Pikachu. Okay, we got paralyzed. Great. Thanks, game. At least we didn't lose our turn there. Time to go immediately back to town. I'd like to be able to beat a Misty before I have to remember that there is a Gary Oak encounter in the town that Misty is in. I almost forgot about that. Okay, this is gonna be a little time consuming, but we can beat this up easily. Karate Chop. That seems a little more reasonable on the Mankey. A little more reasonable. Not very effective, but you know, it does a lot more damage. Okay, I need to beat up this guy. Kakarot and Chinky are the two people I want to have leveled up. Do you know that Pokemon evolved? You don't say! You don't say. This dialogue, I swear. It throws me for a loop every time I read it, even though I've already read it recently. Like, just the other day. It's just like, you don't say! You don't say. As he sends out a Metapod. Which the player probably has a Metapod of their own by now. So it's like, yes! Yes, I know that they evolved! You know what, let's just karate chop. That did a pretty respectable amount of damage. How much does Scratch do? Actually, Scratch still does better. Probably because of the type advantage. Because it has a defensive advantage, I should say. Not a Metapod. The game really wants you to figure out Metapod, Caterpie, Metapod. Just, you know, in case you couldn't figure it out. That the game is saying to you. That's what it evolves into. Did you figure it out yet, player? I wonder if that's intentional. It might not be. It might not be, like, a subtle hint at all. Might just be that they did that, like, for kicks. They gave him both. It would be interesting, actually, if they gave him a Butterfree. Like, he does, like, Caterpie, Metapod, Butterfree. I feel like that would be a very challenging but reasonable trainer. I think that was the only trainer I had left in here, actually. So all that's really left now is to just beat up a random wildlife until I level up to, like, 13? Yeah, I think 13, I'll be satisfied. So this might be a little time-consuming. It probably doesn't help that I've not gotten a whole lot of sleep. I do not want to fight stuff that could poison me. Well, actually, I'm this close to town. How far away is the... It's a fair way still. It's a fair walk to go back to the Pokemon Center. But it's not as bad as the other one, I guess. Okay, if we can outspeed them, then Chain Key is fine. Should have no problem with Chain Key if we can outspeed them, which we should when we have that much level advantage. We're not going to be able to one-shot them, though. Not all the time. Sometimes they'll just randomly have better stats. Okay. This is the boring part of old Pokemon games. This is the part they wanted to remove out of the series, which I guess is reasonable. The grinding. People just want to get their Pokemon. They want them to be leveled up. That's all they really want. They don't want to spend the time leveling them up. They just want them to be leveled up so they evolve as quickly as possible. Which I guess is reasonable, but still, it's like, why are you playing Pokemon at that point? Why are you playing a JRPG if you don't want the JRPG experience? Like, it is slow torture, but it's still, like, sweet in a way. It's an experience I would not want to exchange, really. It will take some time, though, to get there. Especially because I have to do it with Kakarot afterwards, too. That's not gonna be fun. Okay, we're getting there at least. It's not taking that long. I thought it was gonna be worse, honestly. Okay, well, you're level 13, which means you're higher level than the first Pokemon that Brock sends out, and lower level than the second one. Guess I'll do the same for Kakarot then. Which might be taking a little while longer, because he does not have type advantage on the rest of these nerves. At least he cannot be poisoned, because he's poison type himself. Come to think of it, this might not be a good name for Kakarot. I'm for a Bulbasaur. I might change it later. I might change it. Something I might do. If I can think of something better. I wanted to name him after something carrot related. Because I still like my little idea of like, what if instead of having a bulb, it was a carrot? I'm like, there's a good OC idea. You know what? At this point, I might just start leech seeding these Kakunas and Metapods if they're gonna take this long. Because at least that's percentage based and I get some HP back. Which means I don't have to walk all the way back. Yeah, we're doing this now. Since they're going to hard and over anyways. Maybe I should tackle a few times before that. Then once I start to do no damage, then you leech seed. The speed up helps a lot. The speed up helps a lot for this. Which I guess is why they've decided to slow down. Honestly, I feel like I like this gameplay. I just wish the level curve was a little less abrupt, so to speak. Like all of a sudden, like say, Gym Leader Brock is level 14. The last story fight that I did was Gary, which was level 10, right? And that's a reasonable jump, but it's still, I'm not gaining enough EXP to keep up, is the feeling that I'm getting. Which I think is the only real issue with this level curve. Like, I think it's a good level curve. It's a good level of, like, not scaling, but, the challenges go up incrementally in a good way. Like, 4 or 5 levels higher than the previous story fight, that's perfectly fine. Oh wow, that did a lot of damage. I forgot that all grass type moves are special in this. So of course it did extra damage side. Especially since you have same type advantage. Apparently I still got... Despite not being a physical move, I still got paralyzed by that. Thanks, game. A little rude. I mean, it makes sense because it's Vine Whip, but currently it's not supposed to make sense. Well, I guess Pikachu's, like, static ability would be kind of useless if it didn't count moves like that, too. You'd recommend only using Pokemon you plan on keeping, otherwise it kind of wastes the XP. You know, I'm starting to feel that way. But I do want to use everything. That's kind of the reason why I'm, like, playing Permadeath, is so that if something dies, I'm encouraged to try out something else. But yeah, I did notice that it kind of wastes the XP otherwise. And I should only level up stuff if I'm absolutely gonna use it. Okay, there we go. I feel like ready for the upcoming fight now. Only 1 or 2 Pokemon per gym until the world opens up. Yeah, that's where I died. Is after the world opened up. Like, you could go to a lot of areas. Like, if I go take a look at the map. Like, you could go all the way up to Route 16, pick up the Fly HM. Could go to Saffron City, you could go to Vermilion City. You could go to a lot of locations. I ended up going to the Rock Tunnel. I could not go to the power plant yet, but like, yeah, I could go to Diglett's Cave, come all the way back here, ended up talking to the kid who wanted to trade Pokemon. You could go to a lot of places. And then after that, after the next hurdle that I stopped at, would have been when the rest of the game opens up. You could go to the rest of these routes in Cycling Road up there. And, like, the water area down here, because you need the Surf TM from Safari Zone. Then all the way back here, in Pallet Town, in Viridian City. So it does a nice little circle, even though it looks like it's a circle, it's not. Actually, it's like... It's a really messy maze that's shaped like a circle, in a way that I enjoy, personally. Okay, let me go through this. Honestly, I might just power through the next couple of gym with only 1 or 2 Pokemon. I might just power through the rest of the upcoming gyms using my Ivysaur / Bulbasaur. Because the upcoming gym trainer is Misty, which has only water types. I think one of them is a psychic type. Like, yeah, it's a Starmie and a Staryu. But I think Kakarot should be good enough to just one-shot everything, and I might just do that. I might just do that, and then off-screen, like, grind a little bit. Pickaxe Shoe can also probably help, actually. Yeah, I'm gonna try to solo using Chain Key. Should I? And then on my way to the next town, I'll use Kakarot. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Okay. I'm still a little worried about that Onix. That Onix scares me. So you know what? Let me compare defense points. 16 defense, you have 20. You know what? I trust Kakarot to survive that Onyx a lot more. It's only 2 Pokemon at least, so it's a little less scary. I've got here a lot faster this time. My Pokemon all rock hard! Sorry. After, like, the camper said that I was hot and that Brock was hot, everything just seems slightly sexual now. I'll get you some jelly-filled donut after we're done, Brock. Come on, let's get a move on. The Safari Zone, I do recall being huge, you're right. 1 Vine Whip or Low Kick. I think Low Kick is what I used last time. So you know what? Yeah, Chen should be able to, like, power through this. Ugh. Still a little spooky every time I see, like, 1 hit happen. Yeah, you should be fine. Onyx is, like, such a heavy Pokemon, honestly, and since we do have the type advantage, and it's Stab, and Onyx is heavy, it should be fine. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Mathematically, it made sense, but until I see the HP bar goes down, I second-guess myself, to say the goddamn least. Okay, and then I can walk all the way to the next city using my Bulbasaur. And then I'll come back and level up the rest of the folks on the way there. Thank you for the Boulder Badge, Brock. Makes your your Pokemon a little more powerful. Cypher and Taurus in the Safari Zone. I've already promised Rob to get him a Rhyhorn and call him Robhorn in the Safari Zone. However, I feel like I recall people saying that whenever they Nuzlocke this game, each corner of the Safari Zone counts as a different area. Right? And so to get multiple Pokemon in the Nuzlocke of the Safari Zone. I'm definitely keeping those TMs until later. I'm definitively keeping those TMs until later. Man, I sure wish I had some running shoes. Oh, right, it's about to give me the running shoes. I honestly forgot almost. Yeah, how's it going, Professor Oak's aide? Shame you guys never got any names. Then there's the letter from the mom. I want to see a Pokemon game where the person that stays at home is your dad instead of your mom. Maybe your mom is like the leader of the Elite Four or something like that. That'd be interesting. Because every game, it's always your mom staying at home, and like, that's not an experience I relate to personally. I almost went to fight those trainers. That would have been a terrible idea. Right, I forgot it's a one-way drop. So if I wanna, if I wanna pick up Pokemon here, I have to do it now. How many Pokeballs I got? I got 1. Probably should go buy some. I don't like buying Pokeballs. Something that really annoys me about buying the low-level Pokeball just really annoys me. Let me actually go take a look at the map. How many would I need per area? Like, I'll buy 1 or 2 extras. Yeah, I'll buy 2 extras for each of the upcoming areas I have to catch something at. You can get different Pokemon in different areas. Yeah, but the problem is that it'll say, like, Safari Zone for every single corner of the Safari Zone. Which is ultimately, like, the metric that I've been going for is the thing that it says, like, this Pokemon was caught at this location. And that's typically what I base it on. Especially since I'm going to be doing, especially since I'm going to be transferring my team to the next Pokemon game that I play. I should not be getting one for every corner of the Safari Zone. That might be too many. Especially since it'll be Pokemon that I'll be able to get in Pokemon Emerald and Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD. I'm not sure how I'm going to handle duplicates with Pokemon Coliseum and Pokemon XD. I want to catch everything that's available in both of those games because, like, Shadow Pokemons are such a unique feature that never came back. that I kind of want to see, like, picking them up. I still only want to have one Pokemon of each species. So I'll probably, like, compare the two of them and go, yeah, I want to use this one, or I want to use that one. And, like, that's how I'll decide, basically. That seems reasonable to me. Okay. There is Route 3, then Route 4, and then Mount Moon. Route 3, if I recall correctly, the only thing of interest on there is Jigglypuff, right? Yes, the only thing of interest on Route 3 is Jigglypuff. It's the only location in game you can get one. You would love a new Shadow Pokemon game. You know, I was just thinking about that earlier. You know how they had Pokemon Legends Arceus that takes place in the past, right? And then they have Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, and the themes of the two legendary are like, the past and the future. You got like this wild dinosaur with feathers as the legendary for Scarlet, and then you got this part robot legendary for Violet. And then they had Legends Arceus taking place in the past. I would love a game that takes place in Pokemon, like a remake of Colosseum and XD, the Ore region, but it's in the future. Because technically, I feel like Pokemon Colosseum and XD kind of feels like they take place in the future. Because every single town in Pokemon Colosseum and XD is like these shanty towns. These like, people are riding around on these motorcycles that look like they come out of Mad Max. And there's a lot of desert between each settlement. There's a lot of, like, no man's land, wasteland in between each of them. And, like, there's not a whole lot of towns. The stuff is very sporadic. There's a lot of, like, small hidden areas. Like, the first area of Pokemon Colosseum, for example, is such an interesting area because it's a bar in the middle of the desert that's fashioned out of an old, like, train. Isn't that cool? That screams, like, post-apocalypse to me. That screams the future to me. And then there's all these high-tech locations as well. So it would be perfect for doing something like that. By the way, hello, Lost Alternative. How are you doing today? Yeah, sorry, I was just looking at my list now. I forgot to add Route 22. I've caught a Mankey. In Viridian Forest, I caught a Pikachu. Route 2, I caught a Caterpie. Route 1, I got a Pidgey. There's other locations to get Rattata. That's the reason why I went for Pidgey this time. Plus, it gives me something different to use compared to the last playthrough. Same thing for Caterpie. Although, there's not a whole lot of locations where I can catch Beedrills or anything like that. So, might be shafted out of bees this playthrough. Let me see, I'm trying to look. Apparently, Route 24 and 25 also have Beedrill. Or excuse me, they have Weedles. So I could get one there. But that's also where Abra and Poliwag spawn. So I might not want to. Yes, sorry, I'm stifling as well. You know what? Let me go refill my coffee. I'll be right back. Okay. Alright, let me just get some cream in there. Some sugar. Yes, I keep my sugar in a jar. I know it's weird. I'm a caveman. What do you want from me? Sorry about that. Some people might not have even heard that noise. I'm not sure why I decided to respond to it. Pardon me. Alright, back to the game. Back to the game. So yeah, I'm going to need... How many Pokeballs for the upcoming areas? I'm going to need at least 1, 2, 3... At least 3 minimum. So I should buy a few. Let me buy until I have 5. I could come back to the route, honestly. To Route 4. Not sure why I'm still speeding up the game when I can just run. Only need to run whenever I'm indoors. Okay, how many do I got currently? I've got 1, so let me buy 4 of them. I yearn for the days when I get a Premier Ball for buying 10 Pokeballs. That was a good time, that was a good time. Just getting a free extra one. Okay, who do I want out in front of the party? I'm thinking Pickaxe Chew, honestly. I would love to get Co-worker some levels in, but yeah, I should avoid using stuff unless I plan on using it. How many potions do I got? Because I will also need those. I got 9. I'm good. I'm good for a while, honestly. I should be fighting every single trainer on this route, honestly. Because it's a one-way drop once I get to the other side of Mount Moon, and there's no coming back from that. I mean, I could also pick up a Pokemon and then come back and beat these guys up, honestly. That probably makes more sense, come to think of it. Right? Yeah, this team looks fine. They could just port Gate of Darkness, Colosseum, and Gale of Darkness for $40 each, and people would buy them. You know, I would! Like, actually, port GameCube games to the Nintendo Switch. I'm not sure I would pay $40 for them, but I'll definitely pay $20. Like, 20 is a good and reasonable price. 20 was the price that GameCube games costed when I was a kid. I feel like that's a good metric for saying, like, yeah, that's about the price that it's worth. How much did it cost back then? You know what I mean? I would buy a Nintendo Wii game for about 40 to 60. So yeah, that does seem like a good metric. Just give them the price that they had back then. And then allow me to buy them digitally and put them on my Nintendo Switch. Because currently, right now, it's like, you gotta use the Nintendo expansion pack thing to get a bunch of Nintendo 64 games. And I'm kind of just like, that's not worth it. I've had Nintendo 64 emulators since 2008. If I wanted to play Nintendo 64 games on my consoles, I'm already doing it, is what I'm getting at. They wouldn't do 20, the lowest they'd go would be 30. I don't know by what metric you mean that. But yeah, they do seem a little more greedy nowadays. Like, that's another thing that I don't like, is that there's no game preservation going on at Nintendo. There's no game preservation going on at all in the modern industry. Like, I had some Game Boy Advance game on my Nintendo 3DS. I bought the 3DS when it came out, and it came with this ambassador program, where they would just give you a bunch of, like, Game Boy Advance titles on the Nintendo 3DS. I don't have those anymore. Why? Why can I not download these anymore, Nintendo? I own these games, you gave them to me for free, sure, but like, why can I not download them to my 3DS now? Why can I not download them to my Wii U? See, that's the part that annoys me. I own Donkey Kong 64 on my Wii U. Why can I not download it on my Switch? For free. I already paid for it. I paid $5 for that virtual console. I would pay it again. But I should have it for free. Because I've already owned this game. I have bought Donkey Kong 64 like twice in my life. And I should not have to. That's the part that I don't like. Nintendo used to be so good about that too. They used to be so good about backwards compatibility. When the Wii came out, you could play GameCube games on it. When the Wii U came out, you could play Wii games on it. Why did that stop? Same for the 3DS, you could play DS games on it. Why did that stop? The DS could play Game Boy Advance games. There needs to be game preservation. I shouldn't have to go purchase an old console to play old games that I found in my things. It doesn't help that, like... Okay, if it was CDs, like, for example, PlayStation has no excuses because it's CDs. PlayStation could make stuff compatible if they wanted to, because it's just slap a CD in there. Yeah, sorry, I'm, like, second-guessing myself and talking constantly. I saw you in Viridian Forest. Is that supposed to be a bug catcher that you fought in Viridian Forest? Because I do not recognize his name. Even though I just went through there. You know what? I feel like you should be fine taking on Caterpie of all things. You're Pikachu, for crying out loud. A Pikachu with good defense, no less. Which is like surprising, like quite surprising to me. So, but it's another Weedle. Okay, see, that's the part where I'm a little less sure about my choice of Pokemon. You know, you're fine. If you get poisoned, we swap. Okay, there's that poison I was expecting. Yeah, we swap. To somebody who cannot get poisoned. Let's put us in another Caterpie. You know what? I still want Pikachu to be getting some EXP. If I recall correctly, you still get poison proc when you're sent out, right? That's gonna be a little rough, but we'll swap you out before you can take any real damage. Yeah. This game is rough that it does that. You swap them in, and then they just take damage before their turn even starts. How much damage would Vine Whip even do against a Caterpie? I mean, it's not going to be very effective, but it is special type. It does about as much as Tackle. That's more than I expected it to, normally. Okay, time to go. Yeah, you beat me again, he says, so it must be the same as one of the dudes we fought back then. Let me not fight that last there. Okay, how much HP does the Pikachu have? 10. I have 10 proc. I feel like the procs happen faster if you run, which makes me very afraid. That's very cheeky, if that's the case. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, no, there's no way. There's no way I can reach the inside of the Pokemon Center. I'm playing it safe. And I'm playing by my rules. It would die if it died from the poison. If it was a real animal that I had to care for, that would happen. Yeah, let me try to power through and see if I can beat Misty as well. There's also an encounter with Gary on, back in, what was it called? Celadon City? Cerulean City? It's a C-starting city. These guys I can avoid. This one I cannot. Death by antidotes? Do you think there's other stuff poisoning me in Mount Moon? I'm not gonna be fight. Yeah, I do need to fight the rest of these guys, come to think of it, don't I? Because it's a one-way drop. I should be fighting the rest of these guys. Some of them are also bug catchers. I don't like carrying around antidotes, especially because later in the game you get to buy full heals. Those Rattatas still give me anxiety. I don't like them. Ugh, that's so much damage. Why? How do they do so much damage? They're rats. Rats. We're rats. We're the rats. We hunt at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats.
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules.
Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into. Sorry, I had to get that out of my system. Whenever I see a rat, I could just constantly thinking about the rat song. Wait, are they pure poison type or are they normal poison? You know what? I'm not taking that chance. Full heals cost more than antidote, paralyze heal, and etc. Yeah, but you have a limited inventory size in this game. Okay, that's fine. We can just attack normally. The fact that you have a limited inventory size is why I like carrying around full heals. Quick attack. You know what? I would like to have a physical attack on here. You know, I put a lot more stock in reducing people's attacks, so I'll keep Growl for now. I like how she says that while blocking my way to avoiding trainers seeing me. Sometimes it feels like it feels so mean that I'm like, this has to be intentional, right? Is what I'll keep telling myself. Yeah, honestly, part of me kind of wants to put Pokemon in the box if I'm not gonna be using them. Because then, what if my Pokemon I'm trying to train dies, and then the next one gets killed? You know, what if I'd rather get team wiped and lose only 2 Pokemon than get team wiped and lose 6. There might be some wisdom to that. Come to think of it, there might be. At least Pikachu can take care of this. You know, flying types. Very easily handled by electric type. So that's the XP we wanted to give him. If that Pikachu can solo the entire Water Gym, that would be preferable. Because Bulbasaur is just very tanky, just in general. It's a very respectable Pokemon in terms of tankiness. Especially with Leech Seed as well. So I don't feel like they need nearly as much training, if that makes any sense. I'm not sure if I'll be able to make it through Cerulean Gym. Is that the... I keep forgetting. I don't care. Misty's Gym. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it on this stream, but I really want to. Definitely going by a lot faster than I did last time. Mainly because I'm not reading everyone's dialogue. I'm not a tourist anymore, so to speak. Hi, I like shorts. Thanks for your wisdom, youngster. Youngster Ben. If Ivysaur over levels enough and outspeeds Starmie, he solos it. Yeah, I know he does, but like that's the thing I want to avoid. I'd rather Pikachu. I feel like I trust Pikachu to over level than outspeed more, personally. I am not taking a chance with these goddamn Rattatas. Why do they hurt so much? No, you know what? Fuck you. Goddamn, why do they hurt so much? Even paralyzed, that thing. Oh, right, no, it was using quick attack. I was gonna say it outspeeds me, but I'm like, no, that makes sense, side, actually. Okay, that's a poison type. Not a whole lot I can do against that. You're poison type already, right? Yes, you are. Okay, just making sure. Do I? No, no, no. Just stay out. Just stay out. I need to heal you. I need to heal you. I cannot safely get Pikachu out, and then Kakarot, and then heal. Not when it's doing this in particular. You know, let me Leech Seed you. Then I'll heal Pikachu. And then I'll swap. Especially if it's wasting turns doing that. The Leech Seed will still be in effect, so even if Pickaxe takes 1 hit, it should be fine. Okay. And you do not have all the horrible debuffs that were applied previously to Ivysaur, Bulbasaur. Kakarot. It's easier to remember. I am not awake still. The coffee does not help. Okay, that worked out better than I thought it was going to. Trying to level up using trainers does not feel good. Feels a little rough. Had to use potions for that, goddamn. I only got 6 left. I really want to go and catch a Jigglypuff on this route. Something that I did that was a horrible mistake last time is I ended up using the Moonstone that you found on Mount Moon to level up that Jigglypuff. And yeah, no, that's not a good idea, because something I did not know is that Wigglytuff does not learn a single move at all. It has no learn set. It's just something that you do if you want it to be higher level, or to have higher stats. It gains no moves, and I was entirely reliant on levels. That's another reason why I wanted to restart. I feel like I could have handled that a little bit better. It was tanky. It hit very hard for what it had, and it had access to like defense girl, so it wasn't that bad. But still, I'm just like, ugh. This game is mean. This game has such mean design, and I love it. And at the same time, I'm like, ooh. It shows how young I am that I am not prepared for this shit. I've never used actually a Wigglytuff before. And yeah, that took me by surprise. Like, the people in chat were like, Side, why the fuck did you do that? What is wrong with you? And I'm like, what? Why wouldn't I level up Jigglypuff into a Wigglytuff? And then they're like, it doesn't get any move. And I'm like, what? That doesn't sound right. Then I look at the list of moves it learns, and there's nothing. There's nothing. And I'm like, oh, I see. Yes, I see my error now. And it's wild to me that I got that backseated to me, but then once I went to go fight that Marowak in Pokemon Tower, which is like level 30, no one told me that it was going to be level 30. There was no backseating, which is good. But oh, I wish I had known. I wish I had known. I might have continued that playthrough if I had known. Because it really felt out of nowhere, and I thought since it was like an event where it's like the ghost of the Marowak mother, I thought to myself, oh, I can't run away from this fight. Then somebody died, and then it gave me the option to run away. Which is another thing where I'm like, man, I fucking wish I knew. The one time Twitch does not backseat to shit to hell and back. This happens. Considering I'm looking up the level list of like upcoming gyms and whatnot, I'm totally okay with people telling me like, hey, Side, you might be a little underleveled for this route. Just saying. I am totally okay with that. Oh god, these Weedles again. Ugh. You know what? Pidgey can take care of it, right? Surely. You got Gust. I recall Gust being kind of a worthless move in modern times, but back then it was physical, so it's not worthless. It's about to send out Kakuna. Okay, you know what? Pikachu. Pickaxe. Pickaxe should be able to take care of this. It's a Kakuna. What's it gonna do? Harder than me? If they learned Rollout, I feel like they would be a little bit more of a threat. Which, you know, I recall they did that in the anime, didn't they? Don't Kakunas and Metapods, like, roll at you after hardening in the anime? My only memories of the anime was, I think, the first season. And I think, I watched the entire season. I recall watching it with my dad. Those are some good memories. My dad learned how to play the Pokemon theme song on the guitar and would sing it to me and my sister before bed. What a good dad. What a good dad. My dad was a good dad. He still is. Still is. Even though I moved very, very far away, he's still, like, he's a good dad. Sends me money whenever he feels like it, which is, you know, that's very useful to me as a poor, underpaid college student. That's the best thing my dad could be doing right now. It's just like, every couple of months, he's like, hey, how about $100? And I'm like, yes, thank you, this helps a lot. I can buy some socks with that. That's definitely one thing that strikes me as like, that strikes me by surprise about being an adult is like, man, when I was a kid, I hated receiving socks and underwear for Christmas. And I'm like, now that I'm an adult, I'm like, oh god, I've taken it for granted. I really wish I had more socks. You can never have enough socks when you're an adult. Don't take it for granted. Keep those socks. That like your uncles and your aunts buy you. They're good. They're good socks. Very useful. Oh, you agree with that? Yeah. You can never have enough underwear or socks. And it's just like, I took it for granted. And now I regret everything. I got like 6 pairs of socks right now. And I'm like, that's not enough. I need way more than 6 pairs of socks. Hello, Lupista as well. Oh. Been thinking about this a lot lately. It's the same for shirts, but like a little less so, but like it definitely that's the one thing you wear every single day is socks. Man, I wish I had more socks. Sincerely, to all like uncles and aunts and grandparents out there, keep gifting your grandkids and nephews and daughters and nieces. Keep gifting them socks. Even though they don't appreciate it, they will need them. It's good for the parents as well, because then the parents don't have to buy them new clothes because you did. Like it's as much of a gift for the kid who doesn't appreciate it as it is for their parents who very much appreciates it. Yeah, on that Pikachu to be getting a bunch of levels, preferably. If we can solo the Misty, yeah, that's not something I ever. Hey, you're not wearing shorts. What's wrong? We were just talking about clothes, youngster Calvin. Thank you. Level 14 Sparrow. Thankfully, we have electric type moves, and it was a crit. Okay, this is going the opposite of what happened last time I played through this. This is going too well. I don't like it. Because if I use up the entirety of my good luck at the start of the run, I'm going to be extremely lucky near the end of the run. That's what I'm expecting. I don't like that. I always wear shorts, even in winter. That's my policy. That's a very specific policy, youngster Calvin. That's a man who knows what he wants, and he is not afraid to go for it. So you know what? Good for you. Yeah, I need to catch a Jigglypuff here. Oh, Bell, you're using a Pokemon I just caught. See, that's something that never made sense to me. That's something a lot of NPCs do in the series, where they can just catch a Pokemon and they're like, yeah, I'm gonna use it in battle. That'll go great. Don't teach it any TMs or anything like that. No, it's just, don't train it or anything. What could possibly go wrong? But yeah, I regret not getting a Pikachu last time. There's definitely a lot. It's going more smoothly thanks to this Pikachu, I feel. Having an early source of elemental, which should be special damage that is not grass, is appreciated. Because that's the thing, is like, I felt like the game went a lot more smoothly as well once I got that Eevee and then turned into a Vaporeon and taught it Water Pulse. Things went a lot more smoothly once I did that, and I'm like, yeah, special type moves, you need them, side. Is this person hostile too? The way she's moving feels like she's not. There's that puff that I want. Ugh. You know what? Let me paralyze it. Okay, you know what? That's okay. Disable that. That's good. Okay, paralyze is taking into effect. Okay, we're fine. I could just quick attack, and it only has 1 HP left. That was a little too close for comfort. I should not have taken this risk, but it turned out alright. There's a Pokemon Center down that way. It's not the one-way drop yet. The one-way drop is on the other side of Mount Moon, I recall. So let me go down there. There's Route 4, which does not have any Pokemon until the other side. And I do recall Rob telling me about this hidden item back here. He saw it and I didn't. It's a person berry. tripped over a rocky Pokemon, Geodude. I feel like tripping over Geodude would be a lot more dangerous than, you know, just ouch, I've gotten a slight bruise or a cut. No, I'd be worried for my life if I tripped over a Geodude, I'm just saying. Right, this guy sells a Magikarp. Part of me kind of wants to get it. As daft as it is. Careful, side, that's your coffee. As daft as it is, part of me kind of wants to buy it, but then it just says that you met him on this route. Which is, not like... It's as if you caught it, like, from a river. So at that point, I might as well just go catch my own. I kind of wish the Magikarp that you buy was a little special. But it doesn't have anything special, which is a shame. Let me save because I have not done so in a while. Let me make sure there's nothing wrong with that save or anything like that. Plus, it gives me the opportunity to take a peek at my current Pokemon party. What are the stats on that Caterpie that I caught? It's, Oh no! Cringe! Oh no! Oh, it's about as useful as a real-world coworker! Oh, let me show that on screen! Oh! Oh, that's not good! That's not good! Oh no! You know, I could probably like change the size on this window to be a little better. Yeah, you know what? There's a bunch of empty space at the bottom that we don't need. See, let me just do this. There we go. Oh no! That's terrible! Yeah, there we go. Now we can see the icon. That's the Metapod that I'm talking about. Oh, no! The only good stat it has is like its special defense. Oh, that's not good. That's not good. It's a goddamn bug type. I need it to have speed to, like, you know, use status effects on the opponent before they can react. And then possibly use, like, Quiver Dance once that becomes available as a move. Oh, that does not feel good. That does not feel good. Okay, let me take a look at the rest of my Pokemon that I have with me. The Mankey I recall being good. Yeah, it's got, like, weirdly good special attack, but more importantly, it's got good defense. Or rather, it's got, like, bad defense, but we're increasing its defense by the stuff we're killing. And it's got really good attack by default. You know what? I feel like if I'm gonna be fighting Geodudes, I need this Mankey to be like, I can't believe I'm EV training during a PvE playthrough of Pokemon. That's a little wild to me. I should not be EV training during a single player run of Pokemon. But yes, every single time I encounter a Geodude, I'm gonna kill that thing, so that it gets EV training in defense. Which is the stat I definitively... And speed! The two stats I need this Mankey to have is mainly speed. We need him to come in and hit hard and hit fast. Is what we need that thing to do. Okay, what about the rest of my party? That Pidgey is pretty respectable stats, actually. Except for special defense, which I guess is not that bad. Its nature is bad for physical attack, but that's something I can fix in a later game in the series. Provided it lives that long, let's be honest. It's a goddamn Pidgey. It's not going to. Stop lying to yourself, Slide. That thing's going to die. The Ivysaur has really good stats. Like it's very solid all throughout. I might want to go kill a bunch of Geodudes with it as well, to increase its defense. Special type attack. It's currently weakest to special type attacks, if I recall correctly. But you shouldn't be preparing for fighting something that has type advantage against you, right? Let me see. Let me take a look at Venusaur's stats. It's mostly a special defense tank. And it's weakest to ice, fly, and psychic and fire. So mostly special attack moves, at least in this gen. The only thing that's not special attack is fly, so no. Physical defense is, well, might still want physical defense. Yeah, you should not prepare yourself for fighting against people that have type advantage to you. For the most part, people are going to use moves of the same type as their Pokemon. I would assume so, at least. So I should be, like, not sending them out. I should be sending them out against stuff that has, like, type advantage to them. Against them, rather. You know, I noticed that Legatus Lex and Mizu have actually gone live again, so you people should go check them out. They were here for a raid earlier. I definitely want to raid them back, provided I don't go on so long. I might go on so long that they stop again. I would feel so bad if they raided me twice. Okay, this is Route 4. This is Route 3. Okay, there's a Jigglypuff somewhere in here. I am certain. There's a Jigglypuff on Route 3, and that's what I want to grab. I don't need to worry about leveling it up right now. But that's what I want. Right? Yes. Yes. Nidoran. Getting a Nidoran is also tempting. I'm still not decided on how I feel about trades. There's an NPC that trades Nidorans and Nidorina, Nidorino. It trades it for, like, the opposite that your version has, like, at the rarest, basically. So you have an easier way of obtaining it. You know, let me just kill these things. Still not sure how I feel about trades. Okay, there's a Puff. There's a Puff. Okay, let me actually turn off my save editor before I stare at it too long, and then get any weird looks from some people. You know, last time I got a female Puff. Maybe I want a male Puff this time. Let me see if I can get one. What are the odds of Jigglypuff spawning male? Not that it particularly matters, I'm just, like, curious. That would be an interesting Puff. Jigglypuff. Spawn rate for... It's 25% for male. Okay, that's not very often. So I guess I'll just be killing them until then. Very unlikely to show up. I can get a Spearow on this route as well. Until then, it's EXP for that Pikachu. Which might be carrying the entire upcoming gem, which I want. Either it will carry the upcoming gem, or it will die horribly. Honestly, I would be fine if this Pikachu died. I'm gonna be perfectly honest, because I recall telling myself that I'm okay with using gift Pokemons, and I'm fairly certain some of the later games will throw Pikachus at your ass up the wazoo. That's a very weird saying, Side. Don't say that again. The future games will definitely throw Pikachus at you like there's no tomorrow. Okay, there's a Puff again, but it's level 5. You know what? It lived through that. That's kind of impressive. I'm level 14. It should not have been able to survive that. If it survives Quick Attack, we're keeping this one. Alright, we're keeping this one. It survived a Quick Attack and a Thundershock. Do I want to, though? I said I wanted a male. That's a tough one. You know what? No. I'm sticking to my guns. Since the only Pokemon that I have any interest in on this route is definitively the Puff. I want that Puff. And I want it to be different from my previous playthroughs. It'll be a male Puff. Even if I have to grind looking for one for ages. I am okay with that. Because that's grinding I won't have to do for anyone else. Or rather, I could just swap to a different Pokemon when going through Mount Moon. What level is Misty's gym, come to think of it? You know, maybe what was happening last time is I was going through the areas too fast. Yes, I would like double team, thank you. Instead of Growl. Yeah, what level is Misty's gym? I'm gonna feel bad if I'm already over-leveling without even trying to. Okay, she's level 18 to 21, so we're fine right now. We're definitively not over-leveling right now. Not yet. It's not anytime soon. It's still female. Yeah, that one just died instantly. It has to be male, and it has to survive one Thunder Shock like that one earlier did. It survived it, and then it was able to use an Oran Berry. It was quite impressive, really. This one also survived the Thunder Shock. This Pikachu is not supposed to be weak, right? It's supposed to have good, like, special attack, surely. I was just looking at it, and I've already forgotten what its special stat was. Might want to go back to the Pokemon Center soon. Because I'm running out of PP for that thing. I'm not even trying to grind for EXP at this point. I'm grinding for correct gender puff. Well, correct gender. It's not like it really matters. I just want it to be different from the previous one that I got. It's another puff. This one did not survive the Thunder Shock. Maybe I should have gone for that one that I had earlier. Maybe I'm taking, like, these drops, actually these spawn rates for granted. Okay, I'm gonna start running away from these. I'm starting to feel like I'm getting overleveled. Well, maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not. Like I said, I know what the upcoming gym level is, which, okay. Okay, see, that one's level 7, so it makes sense it would survive that hit. The last one, like, really took me by surprise. Because it was, like, level 4, and it still survived that. Yeah, let me go back to the Pokemon Center. I'm mashing a little too much there. A Mankey? I forgot that they spawn out here. Interesting. Wow, it even survived a Thunder Shock. I have more than twice its level and I survived a Thunder Shock. I feel like that's wrong. I feel like that's very, very wrong. I don't expect Mankey to have particularly good special defense. It's not supposed to. It's a monkey, for crying out loud. It just, like, hits stuff and scratches, and that's all it does. If nothing else, it's a good coffee break for me. To just be slurping away. See, like I said, don't worry too much about overleveling Sidey. The last time you underleveled and then you paid dearly for it, Side. I feel like Ash Ketchum using a Pikachu. I feel like such a basic bitch using a Pikachu. I definitely want to level it. I definitely want to evolve it into a Raichu as soon as possible. I prefer the design for Raichu. I think that was one thing that made me dislike the anime, actually, is because, like, Ash kept the Pikachu for so long, and I was like, why is he not turning it into a Raichu? Yes, that's what baby Side sounded like. 10-year-old Side effect sounded like this. Yeah, sorry. I'm sure that voice is extremely annoying for some people. I'm sure that voice is extremely annoying for everyone. Let's not lie to ourselves, Side. There's a male puff. Okay. Damn, it lived. I have 3 times the level, and it lived. Okay, you know what? Fine. Let me see about catching... No. We'll wait until Pikachu wakes up, and then we'll Thunder Wave it. So that is paralyzed. And then we'll try to catch it. If I recall correctly, being paralyzed increases your odds of catching them. I don't want to waste Pokeballs if I don't have to. Yeah, I feel like such a basic bitch using Pikachu. I don't like it. Yeah, see, that's what I expected to happen. I expected the ball to fail at least once. Because my luck is just like that. There we go. With its huge eyes, when its huge eyes waver, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lull its enemies to sleep. Do I have space for Guildmaster? I know last time I named him Yumta. But then I just kept calling it Guildmaster. Out of habit. There's like barely enough play. Do you get extra characters in upcoming games? I feel like you do. I might be able to rename him, honestly, if that's the case, in future games to Guildmaster proper. I feel like future games give you more characters for name. But yes. The last one was Yumtown, this one is Guildmaster. It's still the same character that I'm basing him off. But you know. So the last thing I want is for something to use like Howl or something. And then it brings out one of my weaker Pokemon. So I'm gonna put out some people into the PC that I'm not planning on using during this upcoming little venture. You know, that reminds me. Let me name this cemetery before I forget. And yes, I'm pronouncing it cemetery, so I'm spelling it cemetery as well. I think in North America they typically use cemetery or cemetery, which is like the thing that confused me before. Okay. What spawns in Mount Moon that I would be interested in? Yeah, speaking of, let me go grab. Sorry, my list is like in a very weird order in my text file. Mount Moon only has like Clefairy, Geodude, and Paris as far as like interesting Pokemons go. So let me put that after the Jiggly. Route Tree, Jigglypuff. Then Mount Moon. I think I would like to try to get a Clefairy. If possible. I can't think of many other locations where you could get Clefairy in this series, which is kind of why I want to get one here. It was the same reason why I wanted to grab the Pikachu just now. It's because I thought to myself, man, there's not a whole lot of places, like, other than gifts, actually. No, I take back what I said. The game will throw Pikachus at you non-stop. Sorry, I was getting up and stretching. Then Route 4 will probably be Ekans or Sandshrew. Not sure which one I want, though, is the thing. Whichever I get there, I'll be able to get later. I'll be able to get the other one later, I'm sure, but not sure which one I want to commit to. This is definitely shaping up to be a lot longer than I expected it to. This stream. Yeah, you know what, then put away some of these dudes. I can train these up later. Typically, I'll do it off stream. You know, I probably should level up Co-worker on stream at the very least. I don't want to level them up, excuse me. I don't want to evolve them off screen, is the thing. So I'll put these two in the box and just hope for the best. Definitely want to level up Co-worker on stream. Definitely want to do that. That way, if I do, like, end up doing some grinding off screen, people don't say, like, when did this happen, side? Well, it's off screen. Don't do off-screen stuff if you don't have to. Also, man, that shed skin is actually like happening a lot more often than I thought it was going to. I'm quite surprised. Also, let me put you out in front. Shouldn't take too long to grind for EXP here. Unlike the other location, which I felt would take forever. Like, man, they don't want you to level up much at all, do they? Okay, that Mankey gives me pause, actually. I take back what I said. We will be getting some help after all from you, Mr. Pickaxe Shoe. I still don't want to be using duplicates, but I'm not sure how I feel about some stuff, though. Like, if it's a version of a Pikachu that is unique enough, I think I would like to use them, as if they were a different Pokemon. Like, there's cosplay Pikachus, for example, that show up in some game later, but I don't know if you can bring them with you to other games. Like, I know Pikachu's with a hat is available in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, but I don't think the cosplay Pikachus are available in Scarlet and Violet, so I don't know if, like, the cosplay... Because the cosplay Pikachus are definitely the only ones that I think to myself, oh yeah, those are basically different Pokemon. I think they even get a different typage, actually. Like, one of them has, the Pikachu Libre outfit, and I think it gets fighting type on top of the regular lightning type. So it's like, I would consider those to be different, but if I can't transfer them to other games, then there's no point. Also, stop fighting Pidgeys with your bug type side. At some point, it's going to start having Gust. Then you'll regret it immensely. Not sure why I'm talking like that right now. But yes, at least we'll get you to level 10. You know, I probably should be going through Mount Moon doing this instead of, like, you know, doing it like this. But I've started doing it now, and I'm going to commit to it. Fuck it. It has Poison Point, right? Yes, it does. Okay, let's swap. Are they normal type? Let me take a peek. Karate Chop. No, they are not. They are pure poison. Okay. I thought they were part normal type. There's the coworker evolving, and then they're going promptly into the box because they do not have good stats. They do not have good stats. I'd speed that up a little bit. It takes a while. At least I have a different Pokemon than I did last playthrough. Ended up getting Beedrill. It gets Confusion? Wait, what? Really? Okay, never mind. I take back what I said. That thing might be more useful than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, coworker is poisoned. Hold on. It feels like it procs faster if you run, but I'm sure that's just an illusion. I will put you in a box, though. For safety. Safekeeping. But yes, the fact that it knows Confusion... Actually, I might want to take it with me. Because, like, that Pidgey, I'm okay with, like, putting it in a box and then, like, not touching it. Because I didn't even give it a name either. And I can't think of many, like, type advantage it would have. Over other stuff. Okay, I do have Pokeballs still, right? How many Pokeballs do I have left? Your main use for Butterfreeze, Sleep Powdering, and Abra next to Nugget Bridge. That's a pretty good use of it. I think I'll be getting an Abra again, even though I did last time. It's just like a good pick. It's a good pick to get an Abra. I mean, you could wait until Celadon City to get one, and just cheat the game corner. Compound Eye, so its moves are all more accurate. Does it, actually? Is that the only ability it has right now? Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah, that's better than I thought. That was the reason why I wanted to grab a Butterfree was specifically for the various powder moves. Also, wow, it's part flying type? I was not aware of this. I thought it was part grass type. That's so weird to me. I'm sorry, I'm just... Gen 1 is definitely the one gen I am least familiar with, I think. Yeah, I think Mankey and Mr. Pickaxe will be the ones soloing this Mount Moon. Creepy music in Mount Moon. Let me just spin around in circles near the entrance until I encounter a... Clefairy. I would like a Clefairy, please. Man, it really got to spin around for a while. My goodness. I'm not expecting that. Yeah, there's probably... I'm sometimes I feel like nobody's watching this, but then I take a look at the view count and it's like, yeah, there's about 50 people in here, and I'm like, oh! Then I feel like I'm boring, you know, because no one says anything. And I'm like, no, this is a game where people would not be saying a whole lot, side. That's normal. This is a game people kind of just have on the background for nostalgia purposes. And for background noise. But yes, I do want a Clefairy. Normal types, I think, kind of have grown on me as time went on. Okay, we are going to swap the chain key for whenever it's a Geodude, because I guess I'm EV training ahead, aren't I? I guess I'm kind of EV training. Hello, Lost. Yeah, listening while at work. Okay, it does seem like the kind of game that people would do that on. Like, I have to keep reminding myself of that. It's not like Dark Souls 2, where whenever literally anything happens in an invasion, people comment on it. There's not, like, crazy amounts of action going on in this. I have to remind myself of that. Until I get deleted whilst I least expected by some random crits. I did not mean to exit. Yeah, Clefairies do have very low spawn rate. Don't they? Maybe I should just go through the level normally side. Yeah, you know what? Let me go regen my move points. And then I'll just go through Mount Moon normally. And then if I get all the way through and I still have not found a Clefairy, then I'll spin around in circles for 20 minutes. TM9. I have not used that last time. Probably should. There's also various trainers in here. More Zubats. Yeah, the Pikachu is like coming in quite clutch. Quite clutch. I still feel like a basic bitch using it, but it's quite useful and I cannot deny that. Let me fight this guy. Suspicious men are in the cave. What about you? What does that mean? Are you asking if I'm a man, or are you asking if I'm suspicious? I'm not sure what the question is here, sir. Yeah, I'm definitely much higher level than the rest of these nerds. Which I guess is fine. It's going to change that to a Kakuna. I'm okay with this, actually. I don't want to be soloing a gym with one Pokemon, but like last time I tried to spread my EXP around a lot. And it went horribly. Pikachu was in your Fire Red one a few years ago. Will say it was they were surprisingly good that run. No, I feel like they kind of just have like main protagonist syndrome on Pikachu. The run got reset. Yeah, I got reset. I ended up getting like my Ivysaur ended up getting critted by a level 30 Marowak that I was not aware I could run away from, and I was just like, oh, I'm equal level to this level 30 Pokemon. I should be fine, but no. I swapped around between a lot of my Pokemon, and it just like it would two-shot everybody. And then by the time I realized what was going on, it used focus energy, and then it critted me, and like I was like, okay, let's regroup. I was very frustrated by that, and then I looked at the upcoming gyms, and I was like, I have nothing to fight any of these, so I'm either going to be team wiped, or I'm only gonna have like 1 or 2 Pokemon left, and they will solo the rest of the region, which is way less interesting. Like, they would just over-level and solo the rest of the region. Like, that Vaporeon I expected to live, and that's about it. And yeah, that frustrated me, because I'm like... Turns out, Kanto region has a lot of routes that have the same Pokemon list as each other. And I mean that in a worst way possible. That means that I was gonna have a lot of duplicates. And that's kind of the reason why I was like, yeah, you know what, let me start over. Also, this lady has been here for so long, she found the 5% chance Clefairy. Is what somebody said last time I was here. I am now... As much as I don't like it, I am using like one Pokemon per area right now. Pikachu, do you mind waking up, please? Pikachu, do you mind waking up, please? Not Pokeball side. Potion. Thank you. It's quite a high level Clefairy too. She's over leveling too. Yeah, I'm gonna go through the route. I'm pretty sure I've killed... Did I kill every single trainer on the previous route? You know what? Now I'm paranoid. Let me go back and check. I'm very certain that I did, but I'm going to check to make sure. How heavy is Geodude, by the way? Because I keep assuming that it's light because it's a pebble Pokemon. So I think to myself, oh, it's lightweight because it's a rock. Not a boulder, just a regular rock. Yeah, let me go make sure I've killed everything back here. Okay, if I was gonna miss anyone, it would have been you. So no, I did get everybody back here. It was a short route. It felt a lot longer the first time I went through. That one-way drop is quite annoying between here and Cerulean City. The fact that I can't just go back if I miss somebody. It's a little rough, come to think of it. Like, that one-way drop, there's no turning back once you get through Mount Moon. There's no coming back from that. Okay, let me just go through the area normally side, instead of, like, searching for a Clefairy on the first floor. And yeah, I don't like having one main per, like, a couple of routes. That feels wrong, if you know what I mean. And again, I feel like such a basic bitch using Pikachu. It annoys me. I like how this nerd is like, don't sneak up on me, as he sneaks up on you, because this guy's a prick. I can paralyze electric types, right? Yeah, I can. For some reason. Is Steel type in this game yet? It might not be. I've never caught a Magnemite in this gen. So it might not be available yet. No, they do have Steel type. Okay, cool. Thanks. And yeah, you know what, honestly? I think I'll consider the previous run to be, like... practice run. I'll consider that to be a practice run. You know what? I'm actually going to swap to Kakarot. Because I'm pretty sure Voltorb gives you, like, what? Special attack once you kill it? So I might as well... If we're gonna be thinking about EV training early, I might as well. Even though I reset EVs between games, because otherwise the Pokemon will be way too strong. But as it seems like... I've been looking at my stats, using the save editor, and I'm always quite surprised whenever I see the amount of EVs that I'm sitting on, and I'm just like, wait, what? Why do I have this many special attack EVs already? And it's like, well, it's because you've been grinding off of a bunch of, like, Muppets side. That's why. Like, that Pikachu probably has a bunch of garbage EVs. Apparently, Steel is Gen 2, so it should exist. Yes, you're correct, Norwich, but hi, by the way. Yeah, I thought it was Gen 3 for some reason, but this game is a recreation of Gen 1, which is why I was not sure. Zubat is speed EVs, right? Why am I thinking about EVs? I'd stop thinking about EVs. Stop thinking about effort values. So it's way too early for that. God, I don't like... Yeah, optimizing the run. Now that I'm, like, even remotely thinking about it, it's always on the back of my mind. It's the same with, like, some other games as well, where I'm just... I should not be thinking about it, but I do. Magnemite used to be pure electric. Yeah, that's what my memory tells me. I used to think of it as being pure electric for the longest time. Yeah, I don't like soloing with one Pokemon. It just feels wrong. Even though it's good, because Didn't know Gen 1 didn't have Dark. Yeah, it didn't have Dark. It didn't have Steel. I feel like they should add a couple more types as well. There's a few types where... I would like that, if they added a few more types. Coffee. Coffee. What was I doing? I was moving up for some reason. Steel is too busted as a defensive type. I can see why, yeah. Same for Dragon. Well, at least Dragon is weak to Ice, which, you know, a lot of, Ice, I appreciate the rework that Ice has got, but yes, I can see why some people are saying it's still too weak. Okay, do I want this Clefairy on my team? If you survive a quick attack, you make the cut. Wow, he really made the cut. He survived that and a half. It was a quick attack from a level 18 Pikachu. I mean, Pikachu is more of a special attacker, but still. I was still impressed. Yeah, the Ice have gotten a rework where now, instead of Hail, they have Snow. And Snow increases their defense, but I still feel like they need a little more for defense buffs. Like, they have a Snowstorm, then they have Aurora Veil, which is good, but still not enough. If it's magical and cute appeal, I've already read that one. What do I name this one? I could come up with a name later. You know what? Instead of sitting around trying to come up with a name, I'll come up with a name later. Let me add that to the list of Pokemon I've gotten. I've already done so, apparently. Okay, now we just need to get through. I feel like you are overestimating Pikachu's stats. I feel like... maybe, yes. But it's still level 18 is what I mean. It doesn't matter, like... it doesn't matter that it's a special attacker exclusively. It's still level 18. It hits like a goddamn truck. I thought that guy was a trainer. He is not a trainer. Oi. Way bigger in here than I thought. Even if Sidey's Pikachu was optimal nature, max EV, IVs, Pikachu can still get one shot by some random... yeah, that's honestly, I don't expect it to survive many hits, is the thing. I expect it to hit fast and hit hard. And that's what I needed to do. That's all I really needed to do, honestly. I forgot Kakarot was getting low. Well, you know what? If we're... oh, we cannot leech seed a grass type. I forgot about that. Well, just start smacking it, I guess. If it's just going to smell nice, we'll take advantage of that. It sure smells nice in here with that sweet scent. It's a very nice smell, thank you. Let's put Sinnoh Bellsprout. Yeah, no. We're still fine stat-wise. The rap hurts, though. Mixing him up with Jolteon or something? No, I know. It's just, I think modern Pokemon is a little bit more physical. Can you please catch a Bellsprout to get Victreebel? I could. I'm taking a look at the list of which route I could catch a Victreebel or Bellsprout. On Route 5, I could catch either an Oddish or a Bellsprout, so I guess I could do that then. We'll see, I'm not taking any chances. Yeah, Bellsprout is where Oddish is. It's like the version exclusive. It's the same Pokemon otherwise. I think Oddish is a little bit more tanky, if I recall correctly. Poison Powder, yes. You know, I regret calling him Kakarot now because he's very, very un-Goku-like. He's a tank, poisons his enemies, stalls them out. Very un-Goku-like tactics. You know, I'm okay with losing tackle, honestly. How do you get out of here? That's a good question, miss. You're right at the entrance, though. It's not like it's dark in here like it is in the other caves. You know what? Let me go back to the entrance to heal. Or I could go down there and then go back to the entrance to heal. It's not like we're hurting particularly much right now. We're just low on PP. Could take the dip down here for a hot second. I think there's a Team Rocket grunt back here. You know what? I don't want to fight that. Yeah, let me just fight him. I feel like I would prefer if the game just zoomed out more instead of making stuff quote-unquote off-screen and then just panning the camera to it. Okay, there's a sand shrew, which means Pickaxe is currently useless. So let's swap out. Okay, that was a crit. That hurt a little bit. Please do not do that. Supposed to send a Rattata. You know what? Back to the pickaxe. I don't like that it's not full HP. No, you know what? Mankey. Mankey's speedy. Mankey should be fine. It has karate chop. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I was talking about Mr. Pickaxe Chew. Mr. Pickaxe. That gets a little confusing when I named him after Chad and they're like, you talking to me? Hey, Side, how's it going? And then I'm like, oh, right. And then I feel like an idiot. I definitely should have gotten some sleep before streaming. I might go to bed and then just wake up and stream at like 2 a.m. I might wake up at like 2 a.m. and start streaming this again because I'm an absolute goblin. Like before I go to work. I blow it, he says. Darn it all, my associates won't stand for this. I might have skipped past this guy. 2 Pikachus in the UI. Okay, that means I need to reset the UI. Thank you for telling me. Restart. And it should be fixed now. Yes, it is. Cool. Yeah, I had never realized how high in level you could really get. Who needs sleep when you have Pickaxe Chew? You go to work? I thought you were a full-time streamer. It certainly looks like it, doesn't it? No, I work for a relative. And I have like a lot of days off. I have 4 days weeks. And a lot of free time. It doesn't pay much. That's the only downside. It pays just barely enough to live. It pays enough for my apartments. It pays enough for my food. And that's about it. Pays enough for my phone, I guess. Like, I could not say own a car right now. Like, that's like if I had a car, I don't think I would be able to afford the taxes on it. Didn't put the Clefairy down, actually. Not put it down, Side. Don't use that choice of word. I meant put in the Pokeball and then put the Pokeball down, like, on the shelf. You working what? I do, like, security for a warehouse. Which is a very fancy way of saying I look at cameras for, like, 10 hours. Which is a very... Technically, I'm not supposed to be doing that job. I do not have the qualifications. But like I said, it's for a relative, so, you know. And I can do that from a distance. I can do that from home, which is very appreciated. Sidey is a bouncer. No. What move do you have again? Nothing great right now. No, that's Confusion. Confusion good. Confusion is like a good move. But yes, I look at cameras and that's it. Yes, FBI, the streamer right here. Yeah, no, it's I live in Canada, so it's not like the FBI could do anything to me anyways. Legally, illegally, they absolutely could murder me whenever I'm like going to bed tonight, but you know. This is good. Come to think of it, I never thought about this, but like, yes, my first instinct is to swap to either my Ivysaur or my Mankey. in order to fight against rock-type enemies that the game will throw at me, which will give you EV points into defense. And I never really thought about it, but that's good design, so that those Pokemon tend to be tankier. It's kind of weird to think about it. EV trainings is weird. The type of work where it's like, hey, did I already see what I see? Yeah? Yeah. Geodudes are so annoying to kill when they have sturdy. Thankfully, they don't in this game. Don't think they do until the later gen, right? Like, right now, I've not met a single Geodude with sturdy. Might just be some kind of crazy luck, though. I think the way forward is through this whole... Yeah, there's an item back there, right? I'll keep using the Pikachu. I don't like soloing. That's the thing. I like sending out stuff that's, like, useful. And have type advantage. I don't like sending out one single Pokemon at a time. Can you give one of your Pokemon Pokerus? I could, but there's no reason to, and I feel like that's kind of cheating. They might catch it by themselves. If it does happen, then yeah. I'm okay with them having Pokerus if they get it legitimately, which they might, because I want to play through this game, I want to play through Pokemon Emerald, I want to play through Colosseum, I want to play through Gale of Darkness, I want to play through Platinum, I want to play through Heart Gold and Soul Silver, and Pokemon Black and White, and so on and so forth. It's 1 in 100,000. Well, then it might just not happen, and that's totally okay. Zubats are speed IVs, right? This Pikachu is gonna have all the speed to be EVs. This Pikachu is gonna be so fucking fast. It will definitively slam? Pikachu learns slam? Huh. Yeah, I'll hold on. I'll be right back. I need to use the restroom. Yeah, that took me by surprise. I was not expecting to see slam on Pikachu. It shows how not often I use Pikachus, actually, doesn't it? Yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry about that. Yeah, that took me by surprise. That took me by surprise. Slam on a Pikachu. Thinking of that, did you have a ROM for multiplayer old Pokemon? You mean, for which one, actually, Mr. Pickaxe? Which ROM specifically? I got pretty much all my ROMs legit. Most of them. Those that I could. I mean, all of them. I could do it legitimately for all of them, I swear. Yes. But which one were you talking about specifically? Yeah, I do not need slam. Thank you, Pikachu. Yeah, sorry about that. I had to run off in a hurry. No one specifically? A ROM for multiplayer old Pokemon. I mean, I guess I have this one that I'm playing right now. If that counts. I wonder if low kick does more damage. Guess I'll check. Was that sturdy, or was that just sheer luck? I guess I'll see on the next one. No, this one will definitely die in one low kick. It's onyx, they're quite heavy. I guess it definitely goes around a lot faster when I'm not reading their dialogue constantly. Is this the way forward? This might be the way forward. Yes, it is. Okay, let me go back to that other lad that I skipped by. As well as this item. That moonstone that I accidentally immediately used on my Jigglypuff and then regretted it. Yeah, the Pikachu's just gonna outspeed everything, which I guess is fine in this game format. Okay, there's another Team Rocket dude, and there's a fossil up there, if I recall correctly. Something about not having a full party rubs me the wrong way. There's Thief. I'll gladly take that. I recall giving it to my Kadabra. My Abra. Because it's a special type move in this gen. So it does give it like a nice cheap way to get, say, a dark move that is special attack. Definitely speeding through this a lot more than I want to be perfectly honest. Let's see, it's about to swap to Ecan, so I want to swap to anything. No, I think I want all the EXP for Pikachu, actually. If I can actually just kill it. Yep, that was a crit. I've been getting too many crits. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like how many crits the game has given me. This is going too well. This is going too good. On Aoife, I did recall that from last time. Okay, now that we've gone through this optional path, we can go forward. Honestly, I want to check, like, what is the damage to this poor Pikachu's EVs? I need to check now. I need to see how bad is the damage. Oh, that's a lot of speed EVs. That's way more speed EVs than I need. Oh, that's not great. Also, yeah, the physical attack on Pikachu is better than special attack, just like I remembered. It's at 55 versus special attack is at 50. I'm surprised that is the case for such an old game, actually. You'd think it would not be. I like that they add random noises, like random Pokemon cries in the background of some of these music tracks. It's kind of interesting. It's good design, is what it is. You know, I'm gonna start running away from those Zubats. I do not need any more speed EVs. I'm regretting my choices. Rattata. You know what? That one's fine, I feel. Do not like these quick attacks, though. Sandshrew. Okay, this one I need to swap off. It's ground type, so it kinda has to be Kakarot. I'm steamed. Interesting dialogue. Pokemon lived here long before people came. That is very ominous dialogue for Team Rocket Grunt, if you ask me. Yeah, definitely gonna start running away from stuff. I should not be thinking about EV training, and yet here I am, thinking about EV training. Yeah, I had a feeling there would be an item back there. Let me take a look at Key's stats as well while I'm at it. Okay. Let me open that up. It might be that it does both HP and defense for killing Geodudes. Maybe? Let me take a look. Well, he's certainly getting a lot into defense, so maybe. Maybe it's like both HP and defense, because he has like both of these in fair amounts right now. I should probably be looking those up, come to think of it. Like, if I'm gonna be grinding for EXP, maybe I should pay attention to what I'm killing. Like, I like having high speed on this Pikachu, so it can one-shot everything before they can move. But I would like to have special attacks as well. Like, if I'm gonna be paying attention to that kind of stuff. Okay, Fury Swipe I like a lot more than Scratch. 2 to 5 times. So even if it only hits twice, it does about the same damage that Scratch does. I think I would like to keep Leer. Reducing their defense and then killing them works well enough. I'll just speed that up for a second there. That's a long, empty hallway. Should I care about getting a Paris? I never thought about that. I remember I kept running out of this this cave constantly to heal. And yeah, I think focusing on just having one Pokemon out definitely has reduced the grind aspect of this. Which, you know, part of it was definitively the fact that I did not know anything about Pokemon Fire Red. Like, that part definitely caused me to, Hyper Fang! Okay, we are entering death territory once again. We are entering Rattata's having Hyper Fang now. I do not like that. Okay, I should be able to one-shot this thing. It's a Zubat, for crying out loud. I will definitively need to heal that Pikachu. Oh no, Team Rocket will blacklist me. I'm getting cancelled on Twitter by Team Rocket. Okay, which way do I go? This way. Item? Might be an item, that rock back there. I don't like how many crits I have been doing. It feels like things are going too smoothly. They're going too good. Which means that I'm using up the amount of... Like, okay, there's no such thing as knowing how RNG will work. 2 Moonstones, so I could technically have a Wigglytuff and a Clefairy. The problem is that I'm going to be unevolving those to their lowest possible form once I get to the new game. So maybe I should not be. I should be making sure that I've got all the moves that I want long before I do that. We should be fine. If I can solo with Pikachu, I will. No, stop! I found these fossils. They're both mine. I like doing the nerd voice. It's a lot of fun to do the nerd voice. Super Nerd Mega. Oh god, it's a Grimer. Kill it! Kill it before it starts doing, like, double team and harden, and the next thing you know, your entire family's dead. A Muck killed my entire family. I want this thing dead. I want it dead now. Okay, I can swap out. It's a coughing. Ugh. Yeah, you know what? I think I'd like Kakarot to take care of this one. I'm trying to think, actually. I don't think I have an antidote right now. I definitely have enough potions to power out of here, but do I want to? Does Leech Seed work on poison types? I'm surprised it does, actually. Not gonna do a whole lot of damage to it, but I'm gonna be leeching it out as much as possible. It should be dead by next turn now. I might have gotten a random antidote during my travels down here. I was about to send a Voltorb. You know what? We're fine, actually. Because you have defensive type advantage here. It's always a little spooky to see something use charge. Because it powers up the next electric attack, but I don't think it actually gets any electric attacks for a while. Alright, that's one Ivysaur out. That's a lot sooner than I expected it to happen. Okay, as soon as you start employing noob tactics, it definitively pays off. I forget which fossil I want, actually. Helix, yes. Give Helix. Praise Helix! You have fun with that. Okay, there's that poison proc I wanted to avoid. Did I get any antidotes I could not think of? No. Worst comes to worst, if I run out of potions, I could run out using an escape rope. I got 27 procs before that happens. And sure would be an antidote. That was an antidote. It is an antidote! Okay, good game design. I'll give you that. I was not paying attention to that last time I came through here. But yes, it heals one Pokemon from poisoning. Right after the trainer that poisoned you. It makes no sense for that thing to be here, but yes. Did the poison feature get removed in future gens? After a few gens, yes, kind of. In this gen, I believe once they reach 0 HP from poison, they faint. Then afterwards, they changed it so that the poison goes away and they're left with 1 HP. And then, like, nowadays, there's just straight up no poison outside battle. I'd like to point out you question getting antidotes. Well, thankfully, the developers were very much prepared for idiots like me. Which I appreciate immensely. Back to the front of the party, Pikachu. So even though I'm an idiot, the devs are not. Okay, we're finally out. And I do recall these are not trainers, these are move tutors. So they can teach me moves that I might be interested in. Also, stop having the save editor just open side. Well, you know, maybe I should, actually. Maybe I should just leave it up so people can see. It's a shame that cannot be live. Yeah, these are not trainers. These are not hostile. I don't think there's any trainers on this route, come to think of it. There's an item up there. Roar. You know what? Roar could have some usage. Forcing an enemy to swap out could be quite useful. Okay, I've not gotten anything on this route. I think it's either Ekans or Sandshrew here. Last time I got a Sandshrew, it died immediately, so I kind of want to get one again. Okay, we're in Cerulean City now. I could go and try to solo through the entire gym. What level was Misty again? She was level 21. I am level 21. Yeah, as soon as you start employing noob strats of just using one Pokemon for a while, it goes a lot more easily. Holy shit. I'd also like to stop, though, so I can raid Mizu and Lex, who raided me earlier. Very nicely of them. Which side are you on? Hitmonchan or Hitmonlee? That's a tough question. I would have to look at their stats to decide first. I started Pokemon at, like, Gen 3/Gen 4. Just so... Yeah, Gen 1 Pokemon. I don't remember a single one of them. I remember Charmander, obviously. I remember Bulbasaur. Anything beyond, like, the first maybe 10 Pokemon, no. I do not. It's kind of weird that they have this, Slowpoke. Blocking the path here. It's not like you have cut by this point in the game anyways, so I'm not sure why it's there. Okay, I'm gonna be... I am going to be weirdly strategic-ish, and I'm gonna empty out my entire party. I do not trust, despite having type advantage, I do not trust my boys to finish off the fight against the Starmie and the Staryu. So if anything happens to that Pikachu, I want an empty party. So that it forces me out of it, instead of forcing me to, like, have the entire party dead. This is a very weird strat. This is a very weird strat. Actually, I might want to go and grab that Ecan / Sandshrew. Like I said last time, I could not use that Sandshrew. It just died. But I think I will get a... I think I will get an Ecans. Just so I do something different. That means, however, I have to swap to Pokemon Fire Red. So let me save. Apparently I've been playing for 7 hours. Really? That doesn't sound right. Okay. Let me open up the save, make sure I got the right location. Yes, I do. What's the Ecan's counterpart, Grimer? I think it's Ecan's and Sandshrew. Right? Let me go take a look. I had notes. This is Route 4. Yes, it is. On Route 4, the only two things of interest on there is Ecan's and Sandshrew. Let me go take a look at the version exclusives. I was looking at that, actually, on Bulbapedia. If I can find them. Version exclusive Pokemon. Yes, Leaf Green has Sandshrew and Fire Red has Ecans, according to Bulbapedia. And I'm guessing they're both on the same route, both types. Okay. So let me save this. Export save as Pokemon Fire Red. .save. And save that. And now I'm going to open up Pokemon Fire Red, and it should put me right here. I do have legit BIOS as well, which is why it does that when I open up the game. Not that anyone would care about that kind of stuff, but it does make the game run with less glitches. And just like that, I copy-pasted my save, changed the name, and I can boot up Fire Red with it. Kind of funny how that works. It's almost like version exclusives are a scam, and these are literally the same game with the same coding and the same saves. There's that Ecans. Oh, right, I forgot I'm going to one-shot the poor thing. Maybe it'll live. Never mind, no it won't. You know what, I'll keep doing quick attacks on them, and whichever one can survive a quick attack gets the bowl. Maybe I should not. It's not the best of strats now, is it? How many Pokeballs do I got? I got 2. Should be fine. Yeah, I can paralyze it as well. Like, if it survives a quick attack, then I'll paralyze it. I don't want to be grinding too much, but here I am. Doing this again. I want that Ecans, because last time I got a Sandshrew. I'll get a Sandshrew at another route. Okay, this one will definitely survive a quick attack, right? It's level 10. Yes, it did. Cool. Don't poison me, please. I would like to catch you without dying. Never mind, it's shed-skinned itself. What are the other abilities that Ecans can get? Maybe I don't want an Ecans with shed skin. Let me see. I was on the Jigglypuff page. Ecans can have Shed Skin or Intimidate. I'd rather get an Ecans with Intimidate, honestly. Okay, let me get back up. So yeah, you know what? I'm gonna keep resetting until I get 1 Ekans with Intimidate. Level 12 Rattata is almost scary. Almost. It would be scary if it Hyper Fanged me. Yeah, that Pikachu's gonna have really shitty EVs by the end of this, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll remove the EVs once I get to the next game, because otherwise he would be overpowered anyways. Starting everybody at level 1, and everybody with no EVs. I kind of want to keep their moves, because then it feels like there's some, like, you know, progression, quote-unquote, across the games. So if I get a good moveset on one Pokemon, I want to keep it, if that makes any sense. Okay, once I get to level 22, I'm going to stop killing these. Where Ekans is at? Come on. God, why are all the shitty Pokemon spawning constantly? The ones that you don't want, they're everywhere. Every time. Also, that reminds me to me. There we go. Show the stats of the Pokemon I'm currently using. My HP is getting low and I'm starting to get anxious, actually. Let me go heal. I don't like playing with so much speeding up, but... yeah, that's it. Let's stop killing every single one of these. I'm 1 level higher than Misty, and that's not a good thing. That's too strong. What happened to the others? I put them in the PC. Out of pure paranoia. If something happens to you, I do not trust the rest of the team to take care of it. So they're taking a short break. That way, if something happens to you, you know, it doesn't force me to send out everyone out to die. If that makes any sense. This thing has shed skin, doesn't it? Let me actually wait and see if it does have shed skin. You know what? I'm gonna just fucking save and check. Actually, you know what? This one had such shitty, like, defense. I changed back. Changed my mind. It'll probably apply Intimidate even if it's a wild Pokemon, right? Nothing can happen to Pickaxe Chew. It's the chosen one. You're right. What could possibly go wrong? You know, he's got so much speed from murdering Zubats nonstop that I honestly believe that nothing can happen to him. He's got that much speed. Like you can see his stats right now. He's got like 94 extra points in the speed. That's a lot of speed. Intimidate triggers at the start of battle. Yeah, that's what I figured. Which is kind of why I'm resetting again. I just didn't know if it worked in a wild. I would assume it does. There you go. There's one that I was looking for. Please don't die when I do this. Oh, it's got even better defense. Perfect. Please don't die. Thank you. Okay, perfect. We need you to get in the ball, sir. Got 2 chances. Perfect. A very common sight in grassland, etc. It flicks its tongue in and out to sense danger in its surrounding. I see no tongue in that mouth. There's nothing in that mouth. What do I call this? Screaming! You know what? Yes, I'm going for that. It's such a stupid name, yeah, but... Yes. Yes. Because it's got its mouth constantly open. It doesn't really work if you look at the 3D model, though. But yes. Screaming! Also, it did not update because I restarted the emulator. 1 second. Restart. And please update. Okay, cool. There he is. Yeah, the 3D model does not make sense for the name. But there you go. That's the Pokemon I wanted to grab here. I do recall there's Gary Oak in this city, waiting to ambush me like the mischievous fucker that he is. Pardon me, I needed to get that swear out. It felt nice. And I'm not gonna be encountering him on purpose. I wonder if you have to go to, like, Bill's house before Misty shows up, actually, at her gym. I didn't think about that. I might need to go fight, might need to go fight him after all. Look, I'm not sure if there's a requirement. Did I talk to these? I have not. Okay. Can I just go inside the gym? I would assume, yeah. Yeah. People are here. Is Misty here? Also, there's a very strange pool. Yes, she is. It's so weird seeing an empty party, but here I am. This pose is still so bizarre to me for the swimmer Pokemon trainer. God, look at him. I guess it's supposed to be like in the middle of him plunging into the water, but he was already in the water when I talked to him, so that doesn't make any sense. Hello, Chanted. Just in time to see me solo the entire gym, and then feel bad for being overleveled. Yeah, this is gonna be a wash. Get it? That joke doesn't really work. Slide's gone crazy. It's true. I have gone crazy. Does Chinsky yet live? Yes, but I've emptied out my party as a precaution. God, I'm just a little paranoid. Like, I don't want to move forward. I'm worried something's gonna happen. Yeah, there's no item I can leave out. See, I think I'll beat Misty and then I'll end stream. Then I'll pick this back up at like 2 AM tomorrow, my time. So 12 hours from now, after I get some sleep. And I definitely want to return the raid back to Lex and Mizu, who raided me earlier. God, there's something so... I'm so afraid to just, like, move forward. I don't know why. I feel like I'm forgetting something, you know? Like... Let me just go take a look around Cerulean City. I'm not gonna go north because that's where Gary hangs out. I'm gonna talk to everybody just to make sure. You know, this guy is like, yo, if you want a bike, you'll have to pay us 1 million Poké Dollars. Even if it's supposed to be yen, that's still, like, ludicrous. I wonder if you did cheat in the money, could you buy that? Maybe it's beyond the limit that you can hold, actually. It's weird that the NPCs, like, they put an NPC in the path there. Just to make sure you can't... Excuse me. Just to make sure you can't use cut on that small tree, but I don't think you can use cut on it anyways. Because you don't have cut by this point in the game. Let me actually go take a look at the list of all these. What about the Earth Badge? All Pokemon will obey you. And that's it? Okay, what about Volcano Badge? Special attack and special defense of all your Pokemon will rise a little bit. Let's use Waterfall outside battle. Rock Smash outside battle. No stat boost from that Pokemon. From that. Okay, that's interesting. It's really weird to me that they give you stat boost for. There's gonna be an item somewhere in here. There we go. Rare candy. What was I talking about? Yeah, it's really weird that the game gives you stat boost for the badges that you get. I don't think that ever comes back. Come to think of it, does it? All right, that's the guy that's gives you the berry pouch, but then I can't use it because I don't use multiplayer. Yeah, this feature is just not doable in single player. That's definitely something that's okay, let me save. I don't know when Gary like triggers to attack me, but just in case it's this slow, I just wanted to make sure. I don't think it's this slow. You know, I think it's once you go up there. I wish I could see him. Goddamn mischievous little asshole. Waiting in ambush like a Dark Souls 2 enemy. Drink some water and stand up straight. Thank you, K-Style. I was slouching actually just now. Standing up. Stretching backwards. Stretching to the left. Stretching to the right. And then I'm going to be touching my toes because I am a responsible adult who properly stretches. Okay. And let me take a gulp of water. Not coffee, but water. I have some bottle of water somewhere sitting around, I'm sure. I typically get like 5 of them. I'll be right back. Let me go grab some water from the main fridge. And yes, I did add posture check. So now chat can kill me with it. So there you go. I took a gulp of water as well. Thank you. And I stood up to go get that water as well. Okay. And yes, I made it 5,000, which is a lot more expensive than most other channels. Okay. Alright. There's nothing else I can do. You know what? Actually, there's probably one thing I could do is purchasing some potions. I have 3 of them, though. How much HP does Pikachu have right now? He's got a 52. Can I buy bigger potions? Can I buy like potions that give 50 HP? No, yeah, I can actually. Let me buy a few of these. Expensive as hell, but thank you, yes. Okay, there is literally nothing else I can do except go tackle the gym. Or I could go north and then, like, beat up Gary. But, I'll do that some other time. I'll do some off-screen grinding to get everybody up to level, which is not very interesting. That's probably when I should stop these streams, is whenever I want to grind. What? You? I'm more than good enough for you. My goodness. Some of these NPCs are so judgmental. Gary has had it coming for a long time. He sure did! Gary has had it coming for 25 years! Also, wow, they are catching up to me in levels. I don't like that. Stop speeding up the game constantly. It's like, ooh, that's scary. It actually lived. That is genuinely frightening. I'm glad I went to buy those potions. If a goddamn Goldeen can survive that. Well, I guess it kind of makes sense for them to have good, like, elemental resists. Honestly, I might want to go grab the grass type. That has given me pause, to say the least. It doesn't have any psychic type moves, right? Because my Ivysaur is weak to psychic type moves, which is the main thing I'm worried about. And man, is he underleveled for that. Well, actually, he's like 5 levels under. It's not the worst thing in the world. But then if things go wrong, then that's both of them dead. No, I'm not taking a chance. I am not taking a chance. You know what? If I'm never going to use these rare candies otherwise. Time to do a little bit of cheese. To make extra sure I have the advantage here. It's not cheating if the game has given those to me of its own volition. Just stacking the deck in my favor to make extra sure. God, I wish I had health items. I feel so naked in Pokemon without health items. Side, are you using chems? No. Yes. Maybe. The rare roids, yes. God, the fact that it's like a Staryu and a Starmie is like the frightening part for me. I expect these to have high resist, and I don't like that. Provided they don't one-shot me, I'll be fine. Okay, you know what? That's perfect. This idiot decided to harden. Nice super potion, nerd. I do recall that the noise in the anime that it made was like, ha-ya! I do recall that, you're right. No more harden. Stop that. He had 1 HP. Okay, this one I need to survive 1 hit to live through this fight. I don't think I'll be able to one-shot it. There's no... Oh! That's worse than I thought. Okay, at least we paralyzed it, which might come into my favor. Oh, thank God. Okay, that's perfect, actually. That the RNG gods are looking down favorably on me. Don't confuse me. Don't confuse me. Don't confuse me. Don't confuse me. Okay. All right, now we're in trouble. That's what I wanted to avoid. Okay, it's paralyzed at least. Please don't be confused. Please don't be confused. Okay. Oh no. Oh, we did not clutch that one out. At least we snapped out of confusion. This might work though. Nope. Not quite. Okay, we are fine. We are fine. Okay, that was a little too close for comfort, but I have gone past the hardest part of the game for me, which is the start of the game. Like, genuinely, that's the hardest part of the game for me. Okay, those rare candies actually helped. Thank you for the anxiety, game. Thanks for the TM. Yeah, go fuck yourself. I'm never coming back. Okay, that could have gone so much worse. But we are fine. Alright. Yeah, that thing's still blocking the path. I'm not sure why that is. Actually, it might be that they move out of the way when Gary Oak has been fought. Same for that, like, cop up there. Maybe they want you to go see Bill at his place. Yeah, that still seemed to be the case. Okay, time to go and chill at the Pokemon Center. That was anxiety-inducing. Even with noob strats of over-leveling by using 1 Pokemon at a time. That was still way too close. Okay, I need to level up the rest of you nerds now. That's gonna be the hard part. That's something I can do off stream. Because it's incredibly time consuming. Honestly, I would grind on stream, but it's way too time consuming. I don't want to be showing that. So let me make a save. Then remind me to swap to version leaf green. Okay, so that was Pokemon again. I restarted my run, and I think it's going way too good, honestly. I do not deserve that kind of good RNG. So since they rated me earlier, I'll be rating LivingDex and Fortune Lady Mizu, who were very nice to both rate me at the same time, and they're doing a collab, and I think I'll raid Mizu specifically, since I always raid Lex anyways. So you folks have a very lovely day. They're playing modern Pokemon, they're like doing Nuzlocke together, and it's really cool. They're very lovely people. Yeah, I'm sure you'll like them. You folks take good care of yourselves. I'll be around.